Debate, Uncut, and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a very quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to, first and foremost, new Patreon, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Todd Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Flat Earth Revolter, JMels24, U Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
Dispersed like a vapor trail, right? But they're not. They actually seem to like relatively maintain their shape to an extent. Eventually, they might, completely disperse. But it looks like for long periods of time, they just kind of maintain their shape, and they're floating on something. So that's interesting. So
right. To add
things
a
like
little
this make me wonder
bit
about
more,
gas laws and so forth and so on a little bit more. I don't think we got it all figured out. Go on.
yeah, I was going to maybe add more to Mighty Mush's dynamic system, how everything kind of cleanses itself. A few years ago, I agree, because once again, I asked myself the question, where do the pollutants go? If we're in a container, where do all the pollutants are they building up? Then I came to the conclusion that, well, a theory that the carbon cycle and the water cycle are kind of like a cleansing system that cleans up using salt water. And I was like, how can I base
Hold on
this
with that.
theory? And so,
Starting the robot a bit bad. But you're saying the water cycle and all that stuff acts like a cleansing cycle? Is that what you said? Keep going from there.
right. And then I was like, well, how am I going to base this theory on? And then I came across a video called the Heron's Fountain. And then I often ask myself, how do waterfalls work?
Well, I've asked that
And
too.
then the Heron's Fountain,
Oh,
and then
sorry.
the Heron's Fountain really, 100% clicked and reminded me of a waterfall. And I was like, that's how it cleanses with salt water. I think salt water is what cleanses.
It started.
The Earth's waterfalls are here.
They're starting to chop again.
I think that the Earth. I said I think that the Earth's waterfalls are Heron's fountains, and I think Heron's fountain. I think that's how they made the first Heron's fountain, was they knew our waterfall. Was that choppy?
We got the last part. Yeah, there's like some mountains like really, really, really high, and like some of these waterfalls are like very, very high.
Like I said,
I hear you, Neil.
like I said, it's
Do you
just a
all hear
theory.
Neil on Discord?
You're
we hear you guys. Good morning. Good morning, Nathan, Refracted, and Neil. Good morning, guys. Matthews, you're breaking up really bad, dude. You're roboting. For me, it's impossible to understand what you're saying. It's breaking up really bad.
Man.
Me too.
Man. Weird.
Gotta blame the satellites, bro.
Well, it is raining here. Yeah, it is raining
You can't
here.
blame the rain, bro. You gotta blame the satellites, man.
Yeah, they're not in line, are they?
Right?
out in BFE with pretty much field surrounding me, no trees, and can't get a good signal. It's weird. Yeah, that's my conclusion, that the Earth's waterfalls are Heron's fountains, and I think that's how the Heron's fountain was invented to begin with, was because the ancients knew how waterfalls work using the ancient cosmology that we all know.
Okay. I gotta look up that word here on the mountain. I'm just in the kitchen cleaning some strawberries.
Heron's fountain.
Oh, yeah, fountains. Okay.
Heron's fountain. Yeah, I'll post a picture of it in chat. Actually, I just get a video of it. It's pretty cool.
Okay.
More or less like a siphon with a bunch of tubes.
Yeah.
Heron.
Hey, John, are you in here right now?
Yes.
So answer me this. I had Dell against the ropes because I listened to Brian and I used a weighing scale. So I told him, glue yourself to a damn scale and hover, have something lift you up where you're hovering and you have no force coming down on you. And if your Earth is moving up, buddy, then you're going to have a reading on that scale. And he goes, well, I'd have to be going 50 miles per hour. So what is he trying to say? That the Earth is continually rising at 50 miles per hour?
He's trying to claim acceleration without claiming an acceleration. It's double speak is all it is.
Yeah, you can't. If the Earth is moving up, am I right? And you're just hovering, then you should get a reading on the weighing scale, correct?
No.
Why would
What do
you
you
even
mean?
entertain the notion that Earth is moving?
The problem is you can't have a downward vector if the Earth is rising up.
Right. He seems to think that we claim a downward bias. I'm like, are you out of your freaking mind? When have you heard us claim a downward bias? I don't know. He seems to think that he's using the laws of Newton, right? The laws of motion. And he's saying it's impossible if Earth was still for any type of movement to be happening.
Can you mute in Discord if you're not talking?
If Earth was still, no movement could. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah,
Like,
he
I
says
don't
you
even know
have
what to say to that.
Thank you.
I mean, it's not a coherent sentence. There's no way to decipher that.
What do physics say? There has to be a movement for a movement? I don't know. So I'm asking an ignorant.
Yes, your simple analogy, simple description. If there's a movement, there's got to be a movement. Yes. Yes, it is that simple. You're going to claim Earth's moving, it's got to be moving, and it isn't.
No, but he's claiming that for stationary Earth, that how do you have anything moving if there's nothing moving to cause something to move?
What? So
that's what happens when you try to
Go on, John.
This is just when you try to disprove a negative, you got to form an affirming consequent. That's all he's doing.
Yeah, but is he trying to find out the cause of entropy? Is that what he's really going for?
No, he's trying to justify his belief that the Earth is rising up. He doesn't care how he does it. Everything proves it to him.
Well, I told you he's got this. He calls it his demonstration with a spring and a balloon. He said, and if the Earth was not rising up, then you'd see the stretch in the spring, and you don't. Therefore, Earth is moving up.
Yeah, you can formulate that nicely into an affirming consequence. I can do that
Listen,
with my poster. You want to hear it with my poster?
We're doing practical demonstrations. All right?
No, he's affirming the consequent.
You could call it whatever you want, Oakley. We're doing practical demonstrations here.
It's just been broken down by John, though, hasn't it? He's just literally told you twice, and he's right.
Speaking of entropy, did you see Elon Musk's little haiku that he posted on Twitter about entropy? It said, entropy, entropy, no escaping that for me.
Very interesting.
Sounds like somebody feeling nervous about getting old.
Who said that? Elon Musk?
Yeah, he posted that on Twitter yesterday.
Don't read that much into it.
As well as his child's mother, Grimes, posted a picture, or I guess reposted a picture from the Mars Curiosity rover and put the comment associated with the repost, and it said, you should stop letting interns do the rendering if you don't want us to catch on. And then somebody
Who said that?
That was Grimes that said this. And then somebody commented on that post that Grimes put up and said, I knew it, space was fake. And she replied to that saying, so fake. It's still up. The post is still up on Twitter, however, and the link is still there in the post, but the picture has been removed from the Mars Curiosity rover Twitter page. So you can't see the picture anymore, but you can still see her post and you can still see the engagements.
Is that the picture of the fly on the rover?
No, it's supposed to be well, maybe it is, I'm not sure. I think it's just like some
I've
up
seen
close
one where they'd zoomed in and there's a little fly moving on the part of the rover's fuselage. That was this week as well.
I caught a movie called Unfrosted on Netflix yesterday. By caught, I mean my wife watched Netflix and I was watching stuff about engines. But I couldn't help pay attention to certain parts of it as it was playing in the background. Specifically, the fact that they were basically letting the audience know that within the plot, none of the ex-NASA employees, this is in the 60s, anticipated being able to get to the moon. It was just a big joke to them. So it sort of started, I don't know, a third of the way through this, they're showing one character be introduced as a consultant for Kellogg's, and she comes in as an ex-NASA employee, and all the way through the movie, they also employ various other consultants, one of which is a nod to Wernher von Braun. And what was one of the quotes? He said something to the effect of, when they were talking about going off to the moon, he says, I thought I was going to Argentina. And my wife looked at me because it wasn't funny. And she says, well, why would you say that? It doesn't fit in with the plot and it's not funny. So I explained Wernher von Braun and the Feast of Nonsense and the Antarctic connection, the Falklands connection, just try and get her to understand how this stuff is being subtly laced into this movie. But as I say, the undertone to the entire movie was to say, we're not going to the moon. This is a joke, and we all know it. You know what I mean? They also had a nod to Gus Grissom in there. So, if I've got the name right, my NASA trivia is not that hot anymore. I don't pay that much attention, but I think it's Gus Grissom.
Yeah, Gus Grissom, that's correct.
He's the guy with the lemon and the moans about the lem not being able to function and the communications being rubbish. Is that the correct guy?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Okay, so they have a scene where one of the consultants, who's supposed to be the guy who created the Schwinn bicycle, is testing Pop-Tarts, and he goes into a sealed room, and he's carrying a box for no reason whatsoever, and he's wearing a spacesuit for no reason whatsoever, and he's pumping concentrated oxygen into the room, which breaks, waves across the toaster and kills him. Yeah? And I'm like, okay, so that's a reference to Gus Grissom. So then I had to stop the movie. So this is, she wasn't that into the movie, it wasn't a great movie, but in other words, she tolerated me pausing it and explaining various bits to her throughout the movie. My wife, this is, she must string around as I'm telling you this. But yeah, so there's various different things in it that I'm like, okay, it seems to me from the tone of this movie, you know, with my Russian vids hat on, that the predictive programming element of it is to suggest to the public that a lot of this stuff is actually fake. But we all know, don't we? We already knew. Very nonchalant.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting. The only other bit that I thought was interesting, it kind of irked me, was the bit I explained about him making references to Antarctica, and I'm like, yeah, subtle nod to the Feast of Nonsense when they're saying, you know, we'll be going down to Antarctica, not to the moon. But it was so subtle that most people, I would doubt, would get anywhere close to understanding that reference in there. But there we go. Like I say, that was Unfrosted, it was called.
I posted it in Master B, the footage with the fly.
The footage with the fly? Okay, let's have a look. Get a bit of feedback from you, Adam. Nobody's talking about this. Oh, but it's buffering.
Just some geek that's obviously looking at the map rover stuff, and then, you know, when you zoom in here, there, and everywhere, it's like when they showed you hamsters on Mars, wasn't it, and stuff like that. That's and the self-cleaning rover that cleans itself, dusty one day and then dead sparkly clean the next when the cleaners have been in. But I've not on with the fly before.
For some reason, it's buffering. I mean, it's not like I pay like 80 quid a month or anything for really high-speed internet. Every time I tell you the show, I get the same thing when I go to play a video. Buffers. Like, there's no reason for it to. Anyway. Doesn't want to play.
Glad Adam and Brian are on time.
Got it, finally. Someone zoomed in and found a fly. I don't know. I don't like this. Do you know why? As soon as you appeal to a liar about why something like that happens, they'll have a story. Yeah, probably got in under the paintwork. Something like that, you know. It's not actually alive. It's just, you know, it's obviously been squished into the machine at some point and it's just gone on the journey with it. But that doesn't mean there's a fly out on Mars. And obviously, us discussing this means we're not discussing the fakeness of the sky vacuum. We're discussing entropy.
I don't look at it like that when I see these things. I think, oh, I can't wait to hear the nonsense, how you're going to reconcile this one. That's how I see it. It's fake anyway. But you're just presenting their Bible to them, showing that, oh, look, there's a spelling error here. Yeah, that's the point. It's just to see how they cognise it. It doesn't prove turkey for me either way. Do you know what I mean? Because it's all happening, as you said, in a second law of thermodynamics violation. So that in of itself is sufficient with my physics knowledge, Sabine. But like I say, it's like showing errors in your holy text, isn't it, with this?
Exactly, Adam. It's nice to hear the rubbish that those who want to support it have to blurt out to try and keep it somewhat kosher. That's the fun of it. Not that I'm the same. It doesn't prove anything or disprove anything. Well, it doesn't make any. I couldn't use it as a proof if I wanted to truly prove, because there'd be too much grey area. But it definitely leans more to this. I don't know how to describe it. It's nice to hear them squirm and hear them make stuff up to deal with it. So come up with a new story about what flies can do on Mars.
My wife is really good about telling when somebody's not being honest, and she likes to lead them to where in their story where they, she'll just ask some questions like she's playing. She's like a cat playing with a mouse. Like in that respect, she's asked some questions where she knows they're going to have to contradict themselves to answer it. It's kind of funny to watch.
Nathan, are you doing the Sabine video today?
I can do. Do you want me to do the Sabine video today?
Yes, the Sabine Hossenfelder.
Okay.
It's only 8 minutes. Kiwi posted another one for us to go through as well. We probably get through the Sabine one and into the other one. The other one is I think with a mathematician or something. I think he posted two actually. But the Sabine one is brilliant. This is pseudoscience under pressure. That's what this is. It's really good. It's really a tale of the times. And if you look into the comments is, my God, the amount of idiots in the comments who think that the Sabine is promoting science and they are following science and etc. 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 You just read through the comments. There's just no end of idiots who have no idea who we are. No idea who we are. And Sabine goes back and contradicts things she has said in the past. She's losing it because of us.
It was. I did watch it, Brian, after your recommendation.
Before you discuss it, can I just sound check her? Oh, whirly whirl. What a shock. Go ahead.
It's not a ball thing. It's just a straight ad hom attack of flat earthers. There's nothing in there other than one psychology paper which she cites to state that the average intelligence of flat earthers is less than the average intelligence of the general population. So that proves it's a bull, you see. It's about that level. You'll be stopping it every 30 seconds because every sentence is either ad hom or fallacy. There's absolutely nothing in there other than her just demonstrating her lack of faith, her inability to state why it's a bull. All she can do is attack us, the individuals, and say we're not worthy of having an opinion. It's like I say, it's full meltdown.
So she's watched us then, you suspect? I would say it for you because you're not going to, I can tell. But you...
I don't know if she has, Nathan, from the way she speaks. She seems completely ignorant or under pressure. She knows we're a problem, but she doesn't know why. If you understand, she can't address any particular thing.
I got that from you. I'm asking Adam, though, because I'm sensing a different tone. I got that from you, though.
She's certainly aware of it, and I think she must have. I don't think she's prepared to address any issue. That was my noticeable thing. There was nothing that flat earthers say other than ice walls, other than feast and nonsense stuff. But none of the real argument that's there was she prepared to deal with. It was just, and then the best bit is the mitigation. We're all thick. Science is so big now. You're not born knowing anything, so it's too difficult to learn all science. For example, and this is the best one, she doesn't know how a phone works, and now she cites that as science. She's so lost, in terms of what science is and what she considers proof, and makes the statement that if you were to try and understand an experiment in the modern world, you have to have a degree in it in the first place to understand whether it's science or not. There is bits in there, if you look, the special pleading as to what science is the bit where I would say she's listened to us.
Thanks. It's one of those, Brian.
Well, it's not.
If he'd have said it first, it'd have been unremarkable, and then if you'd have come up with what you said afterwards, I'd have pinned you on it. It's just, I don't know how I've got this sense of sniffing out when there's a contradiction between two people. Maybe it's doing the show for so many years. You know what I mean?
Pardon me. Maybe it's not a contradiction because Adam's appealing to the information and not necessarily saying us, but the information that we're standing behind and is part of our rhetoric here is causing her problems. Not necessarily us, I think, is Brian's point.
No, that's us. If there's arguments causing people problems, they're ours.
Damn straight it's us.
Yeah. Yes and no. I don't think she's gotten to the point of coming across us yet. There's stuff after coming out. Stanley Faulkner brought out something, and someone else brought out something, stating that this movement is growing. In other words, flat Earth is growing. So there's a kind of a general panic happening at present, right? I'm going by, like Adam, what Adam detailed is perfect. That's exactly what's in it. But my appraisal of it was just the panic. It's aggressive panic. You know what I mean? This can't be. That's all I'm hearing. This can't be. No. That's all I'm hearing. Panic. Whereas Adam just detailed exactly how she went about relaying that panic.
Yeah, but my whole point is like you drop a rock in the lake, the wave, as it moves out, it's like it's building momentum. We're a tiny ripple here, but the people who are listening are making their own waves because of this ripple, and it just expands out. So the information, because I don't know, I don't know anybody else besides QE that started saying that these fields were pseudosciences until he started pointing it out.
That's where I was going next.
Oh, you'll like that bit. She says geophysics is a science.
Oh, yeah. I agree, John. Refracted. I think that's why I was so bullshit saying they're our arguments, right? But before QE came along, flat earthers weren't causing globers any loss of sleep whatsoever, as far as I can discern, right? Quite the contrary. We were the ones losing sleep. We were the ones trying to peddle out our beliefs and flesh them out with as much proof as we could, and stressed about it. They weren't. They treated us and felt like we were idiots. And there was perhaps a very small handful that were concerned, but maybe they went on the road of anti-flat earthism as a result. After QE, post QE, people got concerned and on the globe side started losing sleep. Suddenly their beliefs came into question and weren't cemented in stone after QE. So, in my humble opinion, it all stems from him and extended to us and then out through there to give these people something to lose sleep over, in my humble opinion.
I would have to disagree with you there, because how I felt it in 2015 when I first turned up here was they were trying to pawn it off as if it was a blip on the radar, when actually it was a 1 million megaton atomic bomb. That's how I felt it in 2015. The amount of nonsense I got told and lies I got told from day one, people trying to claim they were an astronaut to me within the first 2 days. Like, that told me everything. If they're willing to go straight to there, it means they've got nothing. That was what there's a lot of stuff I didn't know. I just knew that I was right, if you understand. And with that stuff started from literally within the first 2 days, the guy tried to tell me he was an astronaut. I mean, right, hanging around on YouTube. That told me everything I needed.
There's a distinction between the rank and file baltard who will lie because he believes you're wrong, and Sabine Hossenfelder, whatever, who is a priestess, high priestess of this religion. There is a distinct difference between a baltard panicking and her.
There is. She's doing now, I think, what they were doing in 2015 or some years ago. She's starting to do it now. Up until now, she was cool about it. She even addressed it about a year ago or so, made 2 videos on it. And this video actually contradicts her second video, because her second video was in support of us. But now suddenly she's under pressure because she realizes this thing is actually getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And TikTok is awash with young flat earthers. You know, I'm here in panic. You know, as I said, when I first came into this, within 2 days, a guy tried to tell me he was an astronaut. That told me, as I said, everything I need to know. I mean, I laughed when I read it. You know, I hang around on YouTube on a sock account. You're an astronaut. Do you know what I mean? That shows me what globe proof was there. Nothing.
Well, kudos to you. How very perceptive.
Yeah. Kudos to me.
Exactly. Kudos to Brian. Brian always knew. And it's skank and file. Not rank. Skank. They have no rank.
Thank you, Neil.
So essentially what I'm hearing is this video is going to show us the starting points of Hossenfelder sharing her pain. Correct?
Yes.
Oh, how wonderful.
That is the perfect term, share your pain. Man, my son is losing it. Last night at dinner, we were not even talking about flat earth. He was talking about something, his idea of Christianity, which drives me nuts anyway. And he just went, yeah, flat earth, where's your horizon? Out of nowhere. Like, it's really painful.
Yeah, for you, it's out of nowhere. For him, it's on his mind constantly. That's why when I say to Brian, do you give much thought to flat earth after we've done with the show? Are you worried about it? Are you contemplating it all day, every day? Brian's like, no. I'm like, no, me neither. It's not often on my mind. It's not something I concern myself with. I am at peace with this. The globe believers, aka anti-flat earthers, like your son, aren't at peace with this anymore. They want to return to the peace they had in the belief that they now fight for. Prior to this, it wasn't even a belief. It was like we are now at peace with our understanding that the earth is flat. They were at peace with their understanding the earth was a globe, and now that's come into question. So they question it.
Yeah, you hit it right in the head. That's exactly what's happening. I know with my son it is. And I just got to say, okay, Jacob, whatever. I really do not want to discuss this anymore. I just want to eat.
Yeah. Well, we've got to start reading between the lines a little bit more when people start posing us questions from the opponent's side. Because most of their questions hinge around what their concerns are going to be. And don't get me wrong, most of them are common for most people. I'm not trying to stereotype people who come to the subject, but I'm just saying most people ask similar questions when they get here. As in the, well, if I don't know, what is it? And insert any part of the subject matter into that. Yeah? So therefore, instead of going, well, I need to come up with an answer for this question, you go, this is obviously something that concerns you. Right? Well, why do boats go over the horizon? Oh, I understand. Why does this concern you? You know, play the psychologist rather than the flat earth debater. Because what we're dealing with now is people in pain who have a lot of questions as a result of them coming to this subject. Now, they may be here telling us that they defy or deny what we put forth in terms of proof of flat earth that we are at peace with, but that's their problem. And the questions they come up with are just their pain. Yeah? We try and pigeonhole people like Conspiracy Cats with his haunted house interview, where he's telling them, oh, well, you'd have to question everything. Yeah? Well, yeah, that's every question that comes from us as well when we first got here, right? All of the questions that we had and started asking of our opponents are questions we want the answers to. In other words, although we project out those questions when we ask them, you can't know it's a question. You're doing it because, obviously, you internally feel the desire, the requirement, the need to have those answers. And in many instances, there aren't any. You don't have them. You might find them out in the future. You, as an individual or as a group, you might discover something that was up until then undiscovered. How exciting. But it doesn't mean you're going to have the answer there and then. But it doesn't mean you're not concerned with the fact that you formerly had one and now don't. And I think that is what we see most of the time. You know, if we get down to if we're lucky enough to have their true fears projected onto us, because they're not going to express them as their actual fears, they just project them onto us. You need to be concerned about what the sky is then. You mean, to paraphrase, you are now concerned about what the sky is. Oh, are you? Good for you. Oh, terrible if you are, and I'm not going to give you any answers just because me, as the arbiter of truth in flat Earth, suddenly have to be your guru for the nature of the sky, just because it's not a vacuum. Nah. Share your pain.
Well, I think this is also one of the reasons why the scientific method and what it actually is and the steps involved, I think this is why it's important, because it's easy to go from belief to just saying everything in secular education is a lie. You know, it's important that people understand that there is science that does prove things. There's just no science in those fields that tell you live on a ball.
Yeah.
One did.
I think he's just agreeing.
No, I was going to say though, one thing that I've been thinking about a lot. How did they ever get that past us? Just the horizon alone. I mean, it don't make sense if you think about it. How can you get a horizon on a ball?
It doesn't. But look at the amount of people, Neil, that don't know the mathematics of the globe and don't understand, don't understand things like the horizon and how it connects to horizontal, or horizontal connects to it. And when it started off as a point of dissolution, mathematics based off of a point of dissolution in celestial navigation, and then that was turned into globe maths, basically. You know what I mean? As in the use of that as claims of boats sailing over this horizon point. You know, it was a gradual thing. I mean, this didn't happen overnight, and this started at a time when the majority of people had no education whatsoever, zero. You're talking way back in the 1700s.
Yeah, but Brian,
you know, that's
horizontal horizon. Yeah, but just think of it. They weren't stupid. Somebody had to say, "Wait a second."
Yeah, but
the horizon is flat.
Yeah, but there's been people just like us, right? You can say, like, they're just like us, like Rowbotham and Lady Jane, and you know, all these people way back, and throughout time, then there's been flat earthers, Samuel Shenton, Charles K. Johnson, all these people who come forward, who've gone against this. You know what I mean? It's just that now is the only time in history where we actually have a chance against them because of the internet. You know what I mean? And because of people having some kind of education that they can research things and do stuff now that they couldn't do in the past.
How are you? About time people here early.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be. You might be in the middle of the night, for all I know. It's nice to have you all. Welcome to all of the live stream people. Please share the show, as I did already in the call to action. Should we do a bit of housekeeping?
Yep, go for it.
What were we talking about in the pre-show? I should have paid more attention. Space. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without a necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
Are you asking, Nathan, is there any evidence that gas would not diffuse into an area of basically zero resistance?
Not exactly, because it's almost like I'm justifying the positive assertion of entropy when it's a well-documented law of nature. So no, I'm not really asking it in that manner. there's a positive claim that there is a sky vacuum without containment. So the phraseology is such that we're asking for evidence of the positive assertion that the sky is a vacuum with gas pressure that we breathe without containment. That's their claim that they need to back. When they can't, space is fake. Diffusion is diffusion. It happens. You know, it's a law of nature.
Yeah, but so I'll ask again, are you asking, is there any evidence that gases would not diffuse into an area of zero resistance?
You can read it in that way. I'm not saying that isn't the interpretation, a correct interpretation of the question if you need to interpret it. But the reason it's been phrased that way is because of the positive claim they make.
Well, no. Diffusion, sorry, 1 second here. Diffusion for any fluid, especially with gases, is a lessening of the concentration. That's what it is. So we have a concentration of gas, right? A concentration of gas. And we're supposed to be on a globe and it's surrounding the globe. And surrounding this big concentration of gas, we have this massive, massive vacuum that's also uncontained. So are you asking, is there any evidence that this gas will not diffuse into this other massive area of zero resistance? Because the only thing that would slow down diffusion is resistance.
Now you've said it the exact same way a third time. I'm going to go with yes.
No, there's no evidence of that.
It is a perfectly legitimate rephrasing of the question, because it is an implication of their primary claim that the sky is a vacuum without containment. So yes. So I'm not just being facetious.
Yeah, well, just for the audience, when they put what's that really, really dense gas, that man-made gas? Sulfur hexafluoride. When they put that in a fish tank, and they take the top off the fish tank, right, and you can still float a little tinfoil boat on it, right? And they go, see, right, gas pressure without a container or whatever nonsense. It's like, what they're not stating is because of the density of the sulfur hexafluoride, right, it's going to diffuse slower. That's number one reason. But the real reason it's diffusing slower is not just because of its density, it's also because of the density of the air, right, and the air pressure. So you have the pressure and concentration, let's just say, of sulfur hexafluoride in the fish tank. Then you have the pressure and concentration of air surrounding it in the room. So people think, look, it's staying as it is. No, after a while, that little tinfoil boat will go down, 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 and it'll reach the bottom, and all that sulfur hexafluoride will have diffused into the surrounding volume, right? Now, the reason it's slow, the real reason it's slow, is not just its own concentration or density, it's the density and concentration of the air. But if you remove that air, then there's no reason for it to be slow at all. It will instantaneously just diffuse into that surrounding volume of no resistance.
Yeah, exactly. So what you're suggesting is in the laws, you've got oversimplifications when you describe these things, right? So in terms of gas dispersion, it's described with V and V being volume. And then the oversimplification will just describe the entropic instantaneous dispersion of the gas throughout the volume. And what Brian's saying is, when you look at the sulfur hexafluoride, they take it at a high pressure in a container and pump it into a different container. Okay, so then you've got already inexistent gas in the containment that we must have to have pressurized gas with a new gas displacing it. So then you've got not just volume, you've got a huge amount of gas that's already in the space that it's got to diffuse through. So it has to pick its way through the gaps in the existing gas pressure. Now, that can slow down the diffusion process, whereas in a simplistic term, you could just say, well, it would just, why isn't it just instantly diffusing into the volume? It's like, well, because there's something in its way. But it will diffuse. There's gaps between the air. It has to diffuse.
Yeah,
it's a law of nature.
Sorry. It's always with existing gas pressure. I don't get why people are not getting that.
It's a red herring.
Because the gas pressure that's surrounding that's also diffusing into the sulfur hexafluoride, you see. So both are diffusing with each other. It's not as if the sulfur hexafluoride just diffuses into the air, then you have a vacuum in your fish tank. That's not the case. It all diffuses together. The more dense a gas is, the slower its diffusion rate is. The less dense it is, the faster its diffusion rate is. So they started calculating the density of gases, because it's only a calculation with gases. But the thing about it is that if there is nothing there to impede it, regardless of the gas, no matter how dense it is or not dense, as how they describe it, it doesn't matter. If there's nothing there to impede it, it's going to instantly diffuse.
This is the point, right?
Sorry,
No, I just wanted to add to that. Like Nathan said, the point, oversimplistically. Well, that's an ideal gas behavior, and whilst it could be poo-pooed by being described as, oh, that's a little oversimplistic, not with regards to the primary function, of gas behavior. That oversimplification is perfect for you to understand it. Now, you want to go down the line and look at how individual gas molecules behave on their own. There's slight differences, but those differences are still commensurate with the simplification, which is it will travel to any available space based on its last collision. That oversimplification is not an oversimplification. It's the most basic statement of gas behavior.
Yeah, if you've got an issue because you've got a sky vacuum that defies that basic principle, gas filling space, it continuing in whatever vector it has based on its last collision, if you introduce a delta and say, well, what if I introduce a collision with another gas? I can suggest that where we are existing in our gas pressure, it only needs collisions with other particles. Therefore, I can describe how gas go down, go boom, boom, to keep us at pressure without containment. Now, it's a baseless assertion. It has no evidence to back it. But when they oppose us based on the laws, they'll challenge us based on things like ideal gases. So Adam's suggesting that when I say, yes, it's an oversimplification, intentionally simplified so you can understand it at the base level. But they will say, well, show me an ideal gas. Well, there isn't an ideal gas. It's an ideal gas that's used in the description to describe how entropic dispersion in this instance will occur. So you can understand it at the base level, so that when you've got more complex systems to disperse through, you can understand how, in a base principle, the gas will disperse through the volume available to it if it's not impeded by a different gas, in which case there'll be a vector change and an elastic collision. But that's a delta of the oversimplified original premise that stands true always. It's a law of nature. But they need to defy it. The other delta of it that they could appeal to is the gradiated pressure that we experience as dispersion occurs, with all gases being created at the highest concentration at ground level, ergo less of them at a higher altitude, as they cycle and must be contained to form this gradient. But if they just ask about the gradient, ignoring the original question about how we can have all this gas pressure, alluding to Neil's original point, is because they need to red herring away from the original question. If they can appeal to a delta of the original question, they no longer have to address how we have the original gas pressure. It just exists. And I'll describe examples that take place within the existing gas pressure being questioned because it's not under containment with a sky vacuum above our heads. Hope that answers the question.
Hold on.
Just want to do a quick shout out before we move on. Just a quick shout out to Moop for joining as a hyena. He did it before the show started, so I won't bring up the chat. Go ahead.
Well, it may be a red herring to appeal to atmospheric pressure and an oxymoron, right? But they're appealing to these things to try to save their global religion with heliocentric space. It's not stating those things is not helpful for you if you live on a globe, because you have to invoke a flat plane to reference them.
Yeah, that is true. But when we're talking about the behavior of gases and their claims, though, John, when they want to start talking about the gas pressure gradient, not only is it a delta X, but they're actually appealing to diffusion within a paradigm that violates diffusion. Because I understand what you're talking
Yes,
about.
just don't start it with no, John. Otherwise, this will get. Hold on,
debate.
hold on. Let's immediately get control of you two before this gets out of hand real quick. Yeah, if you're better off starting with yes and then saying it also needs a flat plane to describe the altitudes. But its principle is correct because you started with no, John, and yeah, it does defy a principle of gas dispersion into the volume they have.
Yeah, but this isn't gas dispersion debate. The debate is not about the behavior of gases, is it?
Oh, he's got me there. I can't defend this, Brian. I'm out. You take the lead, man. Yeah, I totally agree, John. It should always be segued back onto the nature of the plane that we're measuring in terms of the altitudes of the gas when dispersing throughout the volume that must be contained to have it.
But it's debunking the globe. Come on. Certain times you debunk it, and then you follow it up with what John did.
Let it go.
You're both 100% correct.
The ball died in 2020. Let it go.
No. When you're talking about gas behavior, this is there's no point in trying to say this is not a cornerstone argument of this whole debate.
I'm not going to say that.
I understand John's point. I'm not denying it.
Just let him get him out. Hold on, John. Go on, Brian.
I couldn't deny it, but it's not my point. I'm not talking about the nature of the surface. I'm talking about the nature of gas behavior and how they're trying to appeal to diffusion while also promoting a paradigm that is violating diffusion. So I'm purely dealing with the behavior of gases. What the surface of the Earth is at that point doesn't matter within what I'm talking about.
Ahead,
I'm
John.
only appealing to
We got that. Go ahead, John.
Right. I understand your point. I'm not saying that your point about the behavior of gas is wrong. What I'm saying, if you are in a debate with someone and the debate is about X, and you're talking about a principle that applies to X, but they concede to your point about X so they can talk about your principle, you're whistling past the graveyard. At that moment, they have conceded the debate.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, but it's kind of a side point to what, because no matter what, if I'm going to start talking about gas behavior, I'm talking about purely that and not the nature of the surface.
Yeah, you're both correct, right? Just interject, because otherwise we'll just go around in the same circle. Gotcha. And there is a methodology to Brian taking the tact that I'm not going to immediately connect this to a nature of flat plane measurement, which is absolutely legit. John's 100% correct. I more lean towards John's argument, obviously, in 2024, where I'm banging that drum and that drum alone in other servers. However, to keep it hyper-specific for people to understand gas dispersion, Brian's saying, no, well, I'm not making that point. So it kind of undermines my point if you take it there when I want to get the dispersion, the entropic effects, the lack of containment hammered home in this discussion. And I also, although Brian didn't say it, want to add this in, which is fundamentally a lot of the time it does undermine some of those arguments when John or I or anybody else introduces you're going to need a flat earth for that and pointing it out with altitude with respect to a horizontal plane in this instance for the gradient. The gradient is described with altitude. You're going to need a flat earth for it. It's respect to sea level. John's right. But that process to be able to undermine, and it does undermine Brian's point, not because it invalidates it, but because it one-ups it. It's saying I can do one better than just proving we can't have gas pressure without a container. To describe the gradient when they go to delta X, we'll need a flat earth to describe it, right? That's the full process of this discussion. But Brian's objection is to say, if I'm trying to keep somebody who doesn't necessarily know that or can comprehend more than 5 things at once, I need to get them to just understand how gas dispersion works. Therefore, you bringing this up undermines my position. Even though he's not saying that, I'm doing it on his behalf because I've said it before. I've also added, I know this is lengthy, that when you do this, when you, in my words, undermine someone else's process by taking it to the flat earth that is required, yeah, you do have to have a very sharp understanding of the process that Brian's describing, in this case, entropic dispersion, to link it back to the flat plane reference that's used in the description of altitudes with gradients. So it has to have a nod to the initial information in order to undermine it. You know what I mean? It's like throwing out all of the understandings of a Coriolis argument that could go on for 5 hours with me and my exemplary understanding of how to debate that. Not that I'm grateful of it. I hate the subject. But it can all be undermined by using a horizontal plane of reference to describe the axis, right? And for me, I'm like, wow, what a great shortcut for, me to not have to argue about Coriolis for hours on end. For you just want to get the information out, which is still just as legit as it was when it was first presented to us by Quantum Eraser, right, Brian? You just want that to be the focus for the next 2 minutes, if it's that long that it takes you, right?
Well,
it's more than that, though, isn't it?
Come on, Adam. Come on,
It's
Adam.
more than that. You want. John said a good point, which was you've won the debate there. Well, yeah, in your mind you have, but you've got to demonstrate it. So until you've got the opponent to concede, you can't have gas pressure without a container. Don't move on. You don't need to move on. You can come to that point anyway. It's a banker, right? And if you get him to concede, you could also then go, oh, by the way in which you're going to
Adam,
describe
get to the end and then John.
is,
Adam, go ahead. Unless Brian wants to look after.
Win the debate in everybody's mind, not just yours. If you're live, yeah, that's what I would say. And not move on. Once you've got that concession, like John alluded to, not just in your own mind where you know you've won, but you've got him to admit it, then go, oh, by the way, you know those altitudes you're talking about? Gonna need a flyer for that. That's when I'd do it.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah.
No, you're
Brian, then
this
John.
debate.
Hold on, John. Just one sec.
Hold on.
It was Brian responding to my long waffle, though. So Brian, then John. Go ahead, Brian.
I'll be quick. I'm coming from a point of view of standing there, because I'm always putting myself in this scenario, standing there with someone like Sabine Hossenfelder, someone with education, right, even if they're pseudoscientists, in front of maybe their peers and whoever else. And then I'm asking her to define the diffusion of gases. And that's where I start with. So you're going to need a flat earth for that she'll never get to the point of being able to bring up the gradient. That won't happen because I'll completely surpass that by talking purely about diffusion and bringing up the fact that she's claiming a vacuum. Do you know what I mean? I'll completely destroy that.
Okay, thank you.
This argument's happening in a vacuum then,
John,
is what you're saying.
Hold on, I'm rumpusing you. I'm trying to introduce you back into the conversation. I'm talking through you to do it. Go ahead, John.
Anyway, you're introducing this argument in a vacuum, but it's undermining your argument in this vacuum. Like if you just forget everything and just this moment exists, I don't see that. I'm sorry. I don't see that. It's not just about Sabine Hossenfelder's understanding. When you debate someone, it's about the people listening to you debate someone. And at the moment you're in a debate, you don't have to get them to concede. The audience needs to recognize they've lost the point.
That's Adam's point.
Yes.
Yeah, I disagree with Adam, but let's just hear Brian's response, and then I'll disagree with Adam after.
Yeah, that's my point. John and Adam is on the same line. I feel that what I'll do in that situation is because I'm asking her to define the diffusion of gases straight away, because she has an education and those listening to her have an education, they will suddenly realize we are on dangerous ground here, because she will have to define it correctly. And that's when I would bring her to our claimed sky vacuum. That's when I would bring her right there. I watch within her paradigm that violates the very thing she's after just describing.
Okay.
And at that point, you know what I mean? That's where I'll bring her. And the audience will obviously, it can't not, I'm just saying it can't not be obvious that I have a point to the audience, regardless of if they're educated or not.
Right. I'm not saying that your points aren't valid. I don't know why it's being brought up as I'm undermining you.
I've said that.
I am pointing out, well, it's wrong. The entire debate is about the nature of the ground you're standing on. Is it level curving? Are we on a ball? Or is it flat? It's not about.
Hold on, Brian. I do want to get a word in here as well. Okay, right. This is going to be hard for me because in principle I 100% agree with John. However, just for the nature of this discussion, no, I say undermine. I want to disagree with Adam before I get to that bit. No, Adam says, no, wait, get your point across like Brian's suggesting so that the focus is on the sky vacuum and how it doesn't work and undermine their principles, get them to understand entropy, or as an educated person with Sabine, get her to confess her understanding for her audience of that which undermines space. And then move on to how you'll need a flat earth for the reference plane. Now, I disagree with that because, like when we saw Witsit, you know, you get 5 words in and then you're in the first commercial break. So for me, yeah, I've got to agree with John. It's got to be taken to a flat earth. The reason I say it undermines the focus of the point, which is Brian's point, and I do agree with that. You have to kind of be careful when you take it somewhere. I think ultimately, though, that is the better path because of the way that John's put it. I'm smiling because everyone's going to claim bloody favouritism just because I'm agreeing with him, but I do.
I'm just going to disagree with you.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. Win your debate, right? If you've only got one question, right? It's your last day on the fit, and you've got to get you've got one answer to give, then go that way. You haven't. You've got plenty of time. Demonstrate your point, and then move on. See, with my baller head on, you listen to that response, you go, "Well, that's non sequitur," because fundamentally, I know the debate is flat Earth, but this is a specific part of it, and elevation angles aren't necessary to make the point. In fact, they, like I said, I think they are almost.
Hold on. I think, hold on. Both you stop. I think Adam's getting to our claim versus their response in Delta X, John. Just let him get there, though. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, that's the point. You've got to at least be cognizant with what they're saying, and you can be, and destroy them. Then pull it back to a flat Earth. But if the initial question is that, right? All the neutral or the baller's going to hear is you've not answered the question. You've just gone straight to elevation angles, which is the fun bit at the end.
No,
I totally disagree.
No, I didn't go to elevation angles. I didn't go to elevation angles. I didn't say angle at all in that. I pointed out that elevation is with respect to a flat plane. That is what elevation is. It's just what it is.
But at this point, she's not introduced a gradient, has she? So all we've got is the question, can you have gas pressure without containment? That's what you've got to answer.
And I pointed to that and said, in a vacuum, right, with nothing else being discussed, if they make that claim, yes, you can state that. But that inherently is not. I mean, we're on flat Earth debate, not gas pressure debate.
You're both right. Let's not lose our tempers with each other.
Detail.
Hold on. Just 1 second, Adam. Like when we were discussing Witsit, and we did it very cordially in that regard, right? Everybody had a difference in opinion in terms of Witsit's approach, right? Now, fundamentally, we all thought his approach was bad, but nevertheless, everybody had a different idea about what the better way would have been to do it. Okay? Yeah, opinions and assholes, as we all know. However, in this particular instance, everybody's got merit in terms of their viewpoint, with the focus being on gas pressure in rebuttal to the sky vacuum, and the focus on what I think should be close to everybody's heart at 10 years in, that we're going to need a flat plane for it, no matter what we're describing, in this case, altitudes of gas pressures. So, you know, there's no wrong here. We could easily fall out about who's more right, but let's not. Let's just move on to Sabine, unless there's anything particularly pertinent that hasn't already been discussed.
All I say, Nathan, to you is, and to John, and this would be my critique. I can't speak for Adam, but I would say Adam would be similar to me, is that when if you say, when you're talking about the diffusion of gases, and if she does bring up gradient, then I could say, well, yeah, I could go into what creates the gradient, but I would throw in, you're going to need a flat plane to describe any gradient, Sabine. You understand that?
Yeah.
I would throw that in there, but that can't be the focus of my point. I
Yeah, we
have to
get
be
that.
going. That's just something I can throw
I
in there.
understand.
It's
I understand.
yeah,
This is gonna. I get it. I get it.
The
We could
point,
just going over it again.
just 1 second. No, 1 second. Just 1 second. The problem is if I start doing that too much, what I find when I'm hearing you do it, John too, but you more because you're speaking more on the show, it becomes chanty, and people start tuning out the chanting. That's what happens. It doesn't matter if it's correct; it becomes chanting.
No,
and I don't want that.
Let's not have this. Let's
It
not
does-
just
it
no
does to me.
to
When I
each
hear
other,
it so many
Brian and
times, it does.
Neil.
I'm just being honest with you, Nathan.
No, I appreciate
Just
it.
being honest with you.
No, I get it.
I'm not
I
trying to
would rather
attack
you said.
all right,
No.
John.
Okay, we get it. Yes, I'd rather it was said that way. You know, maybe you'll get a load of allegiance in comments, which is usually how these things go when I pay more attention to them. That is to say, after about the half-dozen person that comes along and says, actually, yeah, when you do take every subject immediately to proving flat Earth, that gets a bit... Now, if I was to read that, I'd be a bit horrified. Because I'd be like, what do you want? Oh, I'm sorry I take everything to proving it's flat immediately. Oh, my bad. But one state of mind and purpose for one person in this discussion that is hyper-focused on getting it to flat Earth as quickly as possible, and I'll take that on me rather than John, just to round this out quicker, right, is not wrong, but it's not also... is, in my opinion, slightly wrong to take your point about gas pressure straight to a flat Earth while you're making it with your focus being on that, the entropic dispersion. That's where, I mean, it would undermine you. So I can understand why this can get contentious and the audience might not see it. They're like, why are they arguing? Everyone's a winner, right? Yeah, everyone is. But it does, to the person that's making the point, if I'm trying to really drill home how Coriolis works, and somebody pipes up in the middle of it and is like, this is nonsensical. Why are you explaining how globe-based, spherical-based Coriolis works with flight paths when the axis described with respect to a horizontal plane proves we're on a flat plane just to have this discussion? You're like, yeah, but I want people to understand how Coriolis doesn't work. You can understand that being, I would empathically understand that would be frustrating and seen to be undermining the focus of the point, not the point in principle.
No, it was. Like what John said, it wasn't intentionally, it wasn't an intent to undermine me. But what he said did undermine what I was talking about. It's just, it's just by influences, or by...
No, I'm sorry. See, in a vacuum, your point is valid, right? If they come out with this statement about an astronaut taking a picture of Earth, right? Your point is valid. I'm addressing their rebuttal, which is an attempt to undermine your point. I am undermining their point, not yours. I don't know why you all are saying that I'm chanting or I'm undermining you.
No, that's to me. That's to me. Although it was directed at you as well.
Can I just have another word, please, on this? Because that what John's just said there is the point. So if we then go and we've got somebody like Sabine, and she goes and invokes a gas pressure gradient, you're going to ask her about how this containment can occur. You're going to stay on target. You're going to keep her on to the point where she has to make the statement that gas go down, go boom, boom. And then you're going to ask Sabine to demonstrate where gravity has been shown to have an effect on gas behavior. Keep her in her field and embarrass her.
That's what I would do, yeah.
Yeah, well, hold on a sec.
No, I would take it the other way, yeah.
Right. Yeah, what are we talking about? Like, we're just going to let her continue to control the conversation at the point we know that she's wrong, we can demonstrate she's wrong, and we pointed to how she is wrong.
Yeah, there's something that's been missed here, though, John.
Hold on, he was nearly there. Hold on, Brian. Hold on. I'll just round out what John was just saying. Brian, hold on. He was just saying, what? So, once you know she's wrong and all the things John said, I won't recap, then what? You allow her to explain within La La Land gravity?
No, you show to the audience that she cannot explain and has to, first of all, make the claim that gravity is doing all this magic stuff and then can't support it. Like, this is what I said about it. You know in your mind at this point you've won, right? Brilliant. So stay on target. You know now you can't lose. Drill it home every single point and make her concede. Don't go off the topic. She's brought it up. Make her change the topic. Or Get her to concede, then you change the topic. But you're on a winner.
A winner with their loss.
Yeah.
Yes, demonstrating to your audience that the Sabine Hossenfelder don't know shit about physics and she's just been humiliated with regards to gravity and thermodynamics by a flat earther. Or the audience here is go, you need a flat earth for that.
Or prove a flat earth with it, with her example.
No, because she's just going to... That's the point. You can bring that point up later, but she's brought that point up. Deal with that one point first. You're perfectly capable of doing so. Why go to another point?
Okay. Let's just hear John. Go ahead, John.
What?
I'll go after you.
You're saying, right, and deal with the red herring. Don't deal with what she said.
No, it's not a red herring that they claim gravity affects gas behavior.
Hold on, Adam. Let's just get to the end of each sentence. We're nearly there. I know this has become contentious. This might be why people don't like
the term
this.
red herring, that needs addressing, Nathan. That's a misnomer. No, it's not a red herring I'm asking you to address. It's their statements and asking them to prove their fundamental claims and demonstrating to them that their fundamental claims are underpinned by this magic thing called gravity, that when you ask them to show how it affects gas behavior, they can't and have to admit defeat. I'm at a loss as to why you wouldn't keep your foot on their neck.
John.
You're confused about why I wouldn't chase down delta X instead of just pointing out how it's a red.
I'll go after you, John.
How are you going to point out it's a red herring? You're going to have to explain it all first to the audience. Say it's not about the win in your head. It's about demonstrating it to everybody. Now, how much of the audience is going to go, oh, well, you're confused about delta X. I'm not even going to deal with it. That looks like you're scared to the person. You're not prepared to deal with that.
Yeah,
unless you explain it. You've lost the audience.
John, then let's just let John and Adam round out. Then Brian's waiting in the wings. Go ahead.
If I don't address the red herring, I look like I'm scared. Because, like,
it's not a red herring.
On to this point,
so stop calling it a red herring. That's a straw man.
You don't
address my point instead of summarising it as a red herring, so you can hand wave dismiss it. That's not correct.
Because you've done that twice, Adam. He's saying the red herring. The red herring is to go to delta X. That is a red herring.
Yeah,
no, it's not. It's not a red herring.
This for that. Yeah,
I don't know what else.
You just keep chanting. Adam's now. I don't want to use it like contextually. Yeah, Brian just did, but yeah, that's the third time you've disagreed. But in the discussion flow, when you ask them how you can have gas pressure without a container, and they say, how can we have a gas pressure gradient on a flat Earth? That's a red herring.
No, not for me. It's not. It's an example for me to take it to the woodshed.
Well,
okay. Yeah. The problem here, Nathan, and this is what I was trying to get in. The problem here is that if you go back and listen to this conversation on this live show, not once did I bring up gradient. You brought up gradient.
We know, and John's disclaimed that.
Hang on, but I was purely dealing with gas pressure and diffusion.
Okay, we're going around in circles. Okay, stop. Yeah, John has said it 3 times. I'll summarise it again because he said it in a vacuum without the appeal to delta X coming our way. John has already said 3 times. You're absolutely correct. There is no necessity to go to the sea level reference for delta X in red herring rebuttal. And you're right, and he said that, and he's agreed. So, yeah, in a vacuum.
I'm talking about you brought up the gradient. You brought the word gradient in.
Yeah.
When I speak, what I was speaking about, they can't get the gradient because they have to deal with the gas pressure in the first place. I'm talking about gas pressure and diffusion. Now, they can't have they can't get the gradient at that point because gradient would require gas pressure. They would require gas pressure to form within a vacuum and for that gas to not diffuse into the area of no resistance.
Sure.
That's what I'm talking about.
Sure, it's the best bit of the argument, Brian. Never going to get a disagreement out of me. It's the best bit of the argument.
The gradient part doesn't come into it, Nathan.
I agree.
My point is that the only reason, hang on, please leave me finish. The gradient you brought into it in this conversation, not me. You brought it in, and that's what we ended up going around in circles about. The gradient can't be brought into it with the direction I took. That was the point.
Fair enough, and I completely agree. Alrighty then. I don't think there's anything more pertinent. We've exhausted that. So, today we're going to be covering Sabine Hossenfelder. So, I've already put it once in the chat, so hopefully one of the mods has picked up on that fact as it flashed up on screen for the audience. But please let Sabine know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. As always, the idea being that we're Sabine to make a response video to what we covered here today. She'll put a link to our video and help us in the YouTube algorithm where we do not receive any love whatsoever from YouTube. So hopefully she'll share the love like we're sharing it for her now by sending our audience to her to comment and maybe even subscribe, watch her video, all that good stuff. So yeah, there's a comment whizzing on by. So please do that right now. Like literally, if you are amongst the live members of the audience right this second, then please do it. I will do a little call to action. There's just under 100 people watching. So it'd be nice to, as I say, share the algorithmic love with Sabine while I waffle through my call to action 2 or 3 times in a repetitive manner, giving the people who do actually click on the link and do let Sabine know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me time to actually go and do what I've suggested with my call to action, which is leave her a little comment and then toddle on back to see that we're just starting doing it. And we've only had a little tiny preamble about what we're going to be covering today. Anyway, what we are covering today, just to strap onto the end of this little call to action, is why flat earthers scare me. Okay, fair enough, Sabine. We'll find that out in the video, I have no doubt. And as I say, it's Sabine Hossenfelder, or Hossenfelder channel. So if you are just listening as opposed to watching, you can reference that however you want to. But yeah, Brian's the one who actually shared this video with us, so I'll give him the chance to actually tell us why. And then hopefully everyone who's gone and left her a comment will have come back. I know you're all keen because I can hear you waffling over me. I'm keeping this lengthy so people come back to the live audience to hear what you're about to say. But go ahead, whoever it is. I'm hoping Brian will give us a preamble. Oh, lots of rustling on the mic. I mean, that's just
Neil off and mute. Neil off mute.
It's not me, it's my phone's going crazy.
On me, it's my phone.
Yeah, it's jumping on and off mute like crazy. I don't know why.
I suggest we have this little segue ruined by you telling us all about this technology fumble of yours. Go ahead, Brian.
See, you just did it again. Play a video.
Everyone loves Neil. This is why. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, the video is basically, the reason I shared it is because it's only 8 minutes long, so it's perfect length to review on a live show. But also, it just shows how panicky the top echelon of pseudoscience are becoming when it comes to this topic. This lady has made 2 other videos in the past, and the second video she made concerning flat Earth, and the second video she made was in support of us. But this video completely contradicts those other videos because it's purely an attack on us, simply because she's now in a panic concerning us. I think she thought we were just going to go away or it was a fad or something. And now it's like she's doing her best to not accept that, hang on, this situation is getting worse for her, not us. And that's what this is about. And that's why I think it's very telling. That's why I shared it.
Okay, that's slightly different to what you said in the pre-show, but that's good in a way because it links back to Dom Jolly and Fight the Flat Earth, where they're like, these people are so amusing. They just keep me so entertained. I make endless hours of content off the back of these crazy numpties. Simultaneously, though, Flat Earth is the gateway drug to a lot more serious stuff. We need to take this very seriously. We need to take this seriously now. We need to do something about it. You're like, going a bit of cognitive dissonance about what flat earthers are now, are you? A minute ago, we were just some blip on the radar that's going to be gone within a year. 10 years later, we're a gateway drug to some very serious stuff, said the people who are very worried about us for some reason, all of a sudden. I thought we were a joke, not to be taken seriously. Now we're getting videos, why flat earthers win debates, why flat earthers scare me, how flat earthers are the gateway drug to blah, 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 blah. You're like, oh, God, you people. We're just people. We just know how Earth's measured. It's not that big a deal, you know? Anyway. Right, any more on Sabine before we actually get into the video? No? Okay, let's get on with it.
worried about flat earthers. I made a video about this a couple of years ago, and I thought that it was a temporary curiosity, like some religious sects have a moment in the sun and then disappear. But the flat earther community seems to be growing. On the face of it, flat earth beliefs are completely bizarre. Most flat earthers think that the earth is a disk with a north pole in the middle and the
stereotype fallacy. Let's see if I can change my subtitles to English. Why is she why is it giving me French subtitles? Stupid thing. Oh, let's just turn them off. Okay. No, most flat earthers think what? We have a North Pole centric system that's derived from measurements. That's how the maps are all laid out. It's also simultaneously how the globe model was developed. Latitude lines. That's areas of equal elevation with respect to Polaris and its GP. Stretch around a ball. So it's no longer functional. So you have to have transpositions of the ball you're not getting angles from to the centre of hell if you're going to claim you're living in a globe, which you're not. You're not living in a globe either, but you still need flat planes to get angles to give you latitudes on your ball when you measure them as circles of equal elevation on a flat plane. But what's this, you say? What is a North Pole-centric azimuthal equidistant projection floating in a sky vacuum with a sun that seems to be with it in orbital motion around? I'm pretty sure this is a bastardization of your religion, Sabine. I mean, I don't believe this. Anybody else here believe this crap? Pizza pie in a sky vacuum? Most, she said, most. So surely with a poll here, quick straw poll, a lot of flat earthers on the panel, surely most of us will agree with what's on screen now, right?
Well, that was my point. Are us at Flat Earth Debate like most flat earthers?
No, but I can say that in this panel right now, we are majority of flat earthers, so I can ask us a quick straw poll and see if what she says as a straw man stereotype fallacy actually stacks up just based on this single group of mostly flat earthers. So G+ and Discord, this is where you just need to say yeah or nay just quickly just to keep the show flowing. Does anybody in the panel comport to the idea that we have a pizza pie floating in a sky vacuum in orbital motion as depicted by Sabine?
No, absolutely not.
No, we don't. But this is our problem at the moment, isn't it? That is exactly what's being pimped. I heard Carl Froch the other day putting on someone going, no, there's an ice wall. This is the reality that most flat earthers actually do ascribe to that. That's what we're fighting against, our own, trying to educate them, these things. So as much as it is a stereotype, statistically, it's probably true.
I just feel like
well, not the part where she has a pizza disc in space. That part is not true.
Well, no, but the ice wall. You took a straw poll of anyone that said the flat Earth. I'm sorry, but we stand outside of this feast of nonsense stuff.
I can't disagree, can I? I mean, he completely undermines my point, but you're absolutely correct, Adam.
The South Pole is a wall on the outside.
Now it becomes your claim. As far as we are concerned, I'm not going to keep peppering this disclaimer. Right, I can only talk from my own point, and I can only ask my panel of predominantly flat earthers what they think, and I have. But, no, this becomes your claim now. Because by stereotype, it doesn't fly. It's still a fallacy. It doesn't matter if Adam's going to claim statistically. I've said, I won't make all these disclaimers. I won't. No. So you're going to have to back up your claim that there's an ice wall around the edge of a flat pizza pie floating in a sky vacuum in orbital motion as depicted. It's your claim. It's not mine.
It keeps the water from escaping.
Of a projection of a projection is what that is. It is not where we live. It is not a model. It is a map of a projection of a projection. That is such nonsense. I don't see why anybody would even try to defend it.
Well, what she's doing is, like they all do, is they give this ridiculous situation. Like the ice wall thing, that works for people when you're on a stationary plane with a sun and moon and stars that are not what they say they are in heliocentrism. But when you place this disk with an ice wall around it into a heliocentric sky vacuum, that changes everything. It makes it look really ridiculous. Whereas it doesn't. Even though at least a nonsense dome and ice wall, like just offhand for someone, that is not ridiculous. They may not agree with it, but it's not totally ridiculous. Whereas if you're talking about a situation where there's an ice wall around a disk in a heliocentric space, that's when you're getting into absolute ridiculum. But what is the most ridiculous part of that? Is it the heliocentric space or the flat plane?
I would say although, again, let's not kick off the discussion from minutes earlier. I would agree. What's more ludicrous? Okay, so you've got a flat plane with worlds that could easily be habitable. Okay? You say it's floating in a sky vacuum. Huh? Yeah, the pi bit floating in a sky vacuum, people take an objection to because it's not a ball. It's like, why would that be objectionable? It's floating in a sky vacuum, 10 to the minus 17 tour, with all these people here breathing gas. How is it any more absurd than a ball with gas surrounding it and not dispersing into a very high vacuum? I mean, it's just as absurd, and to me, you know, that's the more absurd part of this particular image. The fact that she puts the sun out a distance, so it's obviously in orbital motion, requires the flat plane measurements and the derivations that are used to infer that model of heliocentric motion. So it's got a lot of problems. The biggest of which, Brian, I agree, is the sky vacuum around the pizza pie floating in it.
Do you know how they come to the concept of space, though?
Well, you're going to go into the asymptotically flat plane in the fourth dimensional Einsteinian descriptions?
No. They give the stars infinite distance within their description of the celestial sphere with respect to a flat plane. They give them that infinite distance so that there is space, outer space there, then to describe it. But their description is still with respect to the plane of reference of space.
They can't really agree on...
One second, Nathan. My point about this is she thinks she can replace that disk with a globe and everything's hunky-dory. It all makes sense. Whereas it doesn't. That's the point. She's literally showing the thing that is ridiculous. She's literally showing something that is 50% not that ridiculous, which is the flat plane, and 50% totally ridiculous, and trying to make a joke out of it. When the truth is that if she replaces that disk in space with a globe, that's when it really goes, it becomes completely and utterly ridiculous. At least with the flat plane, we have something that connects to reality. But when you put a globe there, that's when all reality is gone.
Right, it's akin to Dave McKeegan's video about me when he's got a thumbnail with a flat disk in space, but he's plonked triangles on them. You're like, well, at least the triangles work along the base.
On where the continents are, or how many there are, or whether the South Pole maybe extends all the way to infinity. So it's a flat Earth multiverse theory, basically. There? Part of the reason people...
In that one. There's her pain. Did you hear that? John just alluded to it, how they have to build their model and put things at a non-real distance called infinity. She just had to put that there.
Or whether the South Pole maybe extends all the way to infinity. So,
yeah, smelt it coming, didn't I?
It's a flat Earth multiverse theory, basically. Part of the reason people believe in this is just a lack of basic science education. Some of them think...
No, that's what she's describing of the pizza pie flying up in the sky vacuum. That's what they describe in their mathematics. Not what they say, the claims that come out of their mouth. The mathematics they utilize, that is what they are describing.
That's correct. So people don't necessarily see that parallel when people like Dell start claiming the Earth's rising up. It's like, have a look at Einstein's principles. Because that is actually the mathematical world that you describe. It's a pizza pie in a sky vacuum, a flat plane floating up. That's how it's described. For them, for heliocentrists, not us.
Thinks that if the Earth was a globe, then water just...
Not exactly. When it comes to Einstein's equivalence principle, he's trying to describe the surface of a sphere. But only the surface of a disk will work, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, that's John's point.
He had to bring... Yeah.
Right. Don't listen to what they say. Look at what they demonstrate and the mathematics. Don't let them confuse you with their words that make no sense. The mathematics, the straw man they're burning is what they actually utilize as their mathematics.
Yeah, when they're describing the equivalence principle with the example and the guy's jumping off the building and the ground's coming up towards him, right? What they're doing is just making their nonsensical, outrageous claim with respect to a horizontal plane, aren't they? That's how the maths will work out. Now, if you try and hold them to that previously, they go, well, yeah, well, the maths only works from that one point when you're describing with respect to a ball. It's all relative to the position that you're describing. And you're like, no, that's your apologies for what has already taken place after the fact. You've just used the description of a flat plane. That's how the maths describes it for Einstein. They've got to use a little bit of flat Earth first. All roads lead to a flat Earth.
Just run off on the South Pole, pulled down by, I wonder what. They also misunderstand how perspective...
Oh,
there we go. There you go.
Yeah.
Now that is your pain.
Go on, Adam.
She would not say the word.
I was about to mention that. She wouldn't even say it. I wonder what? What you would hope that the audience would align behind you and say it with you in unison as you all chant the word gravity? Yeah, you hope. Share your pain.
Well, what I would point out there about to the audience about her saying that, she's implying that there is a force, I won't say the word because she was too scared to say it, of something that's pulling the water down off of the basketball towards the floor, right? Yet I can present videos from her where she's stating this very thing that she's alluding to being a force is not a force and hasn't been, and is officially hasn't been for a long time. And they know it's not a force. Yeah.
Don't rumpus him, Brian, and he's not undermining you. Go ahead, John.
Yes, I agree. This red herring they're using is it's actually their claim that they're making mathematically. They're not arguing with us. They're arguing with themselves and projecting their inequity onto us, because the use of a downward vector in Newtonian maths is on an inertial plane.
Yes.
Yeah. So again, they just need a little bit of flat Earth first that must be conceded. And in this case, you can't even say the word of the force that needs to be implied in a downward vector. The word that she's going to apply won't be applied. She's going to invite the audience to use the word for her because she's scared now she's declared her own lack of force when required. So why flat earthers scare her is because we highlight the flaws in her rhetoric and she has to accept some of them. And in this case, ask the audience to beg the question of a force that she hasn't got anymore on her behalf. Very sad, really. I feel a bit sad for her. I don't really.
Perspective works, how trigonometry works, how cameras work, and on it goes. But it's not just a matter of misunderstanding. If you believe that the Earth is flat...
Not a belief. Go ahead, Brian.
How trigonometry works, how cameras work, it's like, what's our point there? Trigonometry, that doesn't work on the globe.
Yeah, she's representing maths and technology as science.
Well, she did. I like that she drew a distinction between trigonometry and perspective. That's progress, guys. Let's focus on her progress and understanding. She does realize there's a difference between how we see and what we see. So I think there's hope for
her. How do we use trigonometry on the surface of our globe to determine the angular height of something?
We don't. We need a flat Earth for it. She needs a flat Earth for it. The methodology that measures Earth is flat. And that is the methodology that she'll eventually transpose onto a globe to give her a belief that now doesn't work when she talks about trig. It doesn't work on a globe, Brian. Absolutely correct.
So this is one of the moments, pre-show when you was asking, was she talking about us? This is one of those points where I think, why would you bring up trig but not celestial navigation and just go, we don't know anything about trig? It sounds like she doesn't know anything about celestial navigation and thinks it's trig. Because where else are you invoking trig?
Yeah.
Well, it sounds to me like she's trying to make how the argument used to be that perspective versus Earth curve calculator. Earth curve calculator is the trig. Camera is perspective. Both of these require a flat plane. Why are we arguing?
What she needs is a LARPer to argue with. What's that? You want to have an argument about perspective versus curve count maths? Oh, we won't give you that. We'll just well, I was about to say a swear word. We'll undermine your premises for the globe maths based on a 2020 argument that's been around for a while that bends everything in rebuttal by you and your side. But, I mean, back then, you could have had that argument. You just need a LARPer, someone who understands that we've progressed beyond those arguments and no one will have them anymore. So you need someone to role-play a flat earther and have those crappy old feast of nonsense arguments with you. About perspective versus earth curve maths? Yeah, the begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking earth curve mathematics was undermined way before 2020. What, 2016, 2017? Yeah, I mean, want to go back in time and have the arguments because you haven't kept up to date with the flat earth debate, it seems, Sabine. How quaint.
She doesn't even realise that earth curve maths doesn't involve perspective. In fact, denies it. The very opposite. It has to ignore perspective when we view things for it to actually match up to a supposed ball.
As there's a slim chance she may actually be watching this stuff because it has got her name in the title. And, you know, a lot of people are vain and will look for their own material and see what people are saying about them. So were she to come across, given that I'm actually sending people to her channel to let her know that we are responding directly to her as flat earthers, like her title suggests. That being said, let's do the call to action. Please let Sabine know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. There is that link going directly now in the chat. So you can do that as I waffle and moan about the fact that in response to this suggestion, she may as well be informed about why the earth curve maths fails right here and now. And that is to say that when you utilise earth curve mathematics, the mathematics for the object you are going to be using in the claim, let's say it's a building, will be given in a value that does not change with distance. Feet or meters only. That is to say a 10-foot wall that you are stood next to, you'd have to crick your neck slightly to see the top of the wall. And a 10-foot wall at 1 billion miles away, it's still a 10-foot wall in your mathematics, and the only reason you can't see it in that circumstance is because earth curve gets in the way. But it's still 10 feet. Yeah. Obviously, if you drew it with two straight lines on a flat earth, according to that mathematics, we'd see it at 10 million miles. Because it's still 10 feet and you've got a straight line to it in the diagram. It's just two straight lines with 10 million miles written on them, as opposed to one with earth curve in the way when it ignores the fact that things get smaller in angular size. Your maths doesn't have that. 10-foot walls, 10 foot at all distances. Go ahead, Brian.
For me to give the example, Nathan, the mathematical disqualification of Workov, in case she is listening.
Well, Black Swan?
No. The 6-foot boat for a person with their eye line at the water. Go on, just keep going. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Come on.
Well, it's old hat is the point, isn't it? I mean, she wants to have an argument. I said LARPer because people won't have these arguments anymore because everything's been put to bed as far as the debate is concerned, if you're keeping up with the actual debate, regardless of what the stereotypical flat earther might think, because they haven't made their way to the actual debate and aren't on the cutting edge of actually proving Earth is flat and sphere is debunked conclusively. But for those who are, this is old hat. That's the point.
It is.
Right, but we're at this point.
Yeah, John.
At this point, we're having a discussion. The discussion is about they're not able to realize that what they call earth curve mathematics is actually still using surface level as a horizontal plane of reference.
Point out that in her thumbnail, it says, not just dumb, but dangerous. That's what it says on the thumbnail. Not just dumb, but dangerous. Why flat earthers scare me.
What are we dangerous to? Her worldview?
Yeah. It just, like I said it in jest at the beginning. I bring it up because I only just noticed that out of the corner of my eye. And I jokingly associated it by segue to Dom Jolly and Fight the Flat Earth. You know, they're saying it's just a joke. We're here to entertain them, but simultaneously with the gateway drug and very dangerous. I didn't realise that she'd actually put the word dangerous on her thumbnail.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, that was one of the things I was hoping you'd see when I sent it to you. First, straight away.
Wow.
Just to give a bit of clarity, her last video concerning flat Earth was, I think it was titled as "Flat Earth Science." Wrong, wrong, but not stupid. Something like that. So now we're dumb. We weren't stupid in our second video, but now we're dumb. We were confused in our first video. Our second video, we're not stupid, and now we're dumb and dangerous.
Well, we threaten her career, really, don't we? We undermine the very principle that she's being paid for. So, in terms of dangerous, yeah, we're dangerous to your career if what we say becomes public in a way that's common knowledge. That's the word. If what we say becomes common knowledge, then your career's over, love. So, yeah, we are dangerous from that perspective. Although I could give a toss whether or not your lies get exposed.
You also have to believe
we're
in a
pointing out, aren't we, that her misinterpretation of flat Earth angles to start, yeah, is the whole premise of her doctorate. That's why she's scared. Because this is where John's point comes in with the astronomy. Batter it. Because as he said earlier, yeah, I have to realise it's a flat plane mathematics that they're dealing with. And she's intelligent enough to know that her base grid system is a flat plane. Yeah, and then it's then how she interprets that. Well, that is fundamentally undermines her whole doctorate, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And basically, they're having an argument with themselves, and they're projecting that onto us. That's what this is all about. That's why they can't get rid of us, because they need us.
Yeah, to project their pain onto. Exactly. That's what I was trying to sum up in the pre-show, and I'm like, they're coming to us with questions that we used to seem to feel the need to answer. It's like, no, this is them coming to terms with the realization of the reality they once held not being true, and because of which they've got a lot of questions. Now, they want to, in their mind, retain their global belief as they question us. Because it's suddenly our problem? No, this is their projection. This is them coming to terms with it. This is the fears and concerns they have when they ask all these questions. Doesn't mean there weren't questions we asked too, when we projected out our pain when we first got here, which I'm sure we all did. But it doesn't alter the actual scenario. These aren't things that we need to concern ourselves with. When Sabine starts pointing out what she thinks are flaws and turn out to be flat Earth measurements that are needed for her belief, that undermines her very career and is dangerous to that only.
Global conspiracy.
Oh, I've got to play at least more than a second. Just let me play at least 10 more seconds.
That's hiding the truth for no particular reason. For starters, you must believe that most of physics is wrong and
appeal to consensus and category error.
No, sharing her pain once again. Yeah? What a statement from her. She didn't say what physics is wrong. She just has to straw man us and tell us we're stupid. Yeah? But this is the trouble for her. No, the physics we're citing is correct. It's you interpreting it in your religious fundy view, which means gas can go down, go boom, boom. It's not our physics that's got a problem, look, it's yours.
Exactly.
Exactly. And she said that she got cut off. She said it right before that. Globe Earth. She appealed to globe Earth mathematics. If you rewind that, you'll hear it.
In a global conspiracy that's hiding the truth for no particular reason. For starters, you must believe that most of physics is wrong and
yeah, well, she's thrown in that global thing simply because that's her religion and she feels the need to do it. It's like they're all doing it. Every TV channel, they just can't stop using the word globe and global these days. They never say across the world. You never hear that anymore. They don't just describe things. There has to be an agenda. But what she said there, most of physics. What she's talking about there was exactly what Adam was saying. That's what was going to be my point too. Like, what's most of physics? She's literally calling her pseudosciences physics when they're not physics. They're pseudoscience. And that's what most of physics. You mean all the stuff that you're calling physics that we are showing is not physics. We are showing has no relation to reality. no proper relation to reality. That's based around a paradigm, and that most of it has no relevance whatsoever. That's what she's talking about when she says most of physics.
Prior to responding to us, she used to laugh and joke and giggle about how the physicists got it wrong and how hilarious it was to show how wrong they used to be, and that was all very amusing to her. Suddenly, oh no, if you're a flat earther, you have to admit that physics is wrong. What, like most of your videos prior to covering this subject? Because that's mostly what you do, is point out the contradictions within your own nonsense, and how amusing it is that they're wrong, and how they used to think this and now they think that. And you're keeping everyone up to date with the new rhetoric, which is what it is. You just call your rhetoric physics, your pseudoscience physics. But it's just amusing when it's shown to be wrong in your eyes because you're the one telling people about how up to date you are with the quote-unquote physics. It wouldn't need updating if it was right in the first place and was physics. But that's what her shtick is. She's now projecting what she does on a daily basis in her videos onto us by saying, oh no, you'd have to admit physics is wrong. What, like you go around doing all day long on your videos?
Yeah, it's funny until it happens to you, Sabine.
Yep. Funny when she's reporting on all her colleagues that have got it wrong over the years. Well, if only they'd have known what we now know with all this maths.
And
This
physicists
is the point, though, isn't it? She got what wrong? Well, in her mind, she got science wrong. And that shows her complete lack of understanding of what science is. As you alluded to earlier, the correct word is her rhetoric, her ball earth interpretation of facts. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a category error. We're not appealing to physics. Measurements of Earth are flat. That's what we appeal to. But it's cause and effect relationship, science, physics, that's not what we deal with when we're talking about proving Earth being flat. And neither is it what you've referred to when you use a flat Earth to claim a globe. You need a flat Earth measurement. It's not physics. She's in a category error.
Are just making things up. We're all part of a big conspiracy.
No, we would actually challenge people who say that. We show where Earth's measured flat. We show where your claims of sky vacuums fail with natural law examples. We don't turn around and say, all of NASA must be lying. That's an appeal to consensus fallacy straw man. We don't do that.
Geophysicists, they're also in on it.
Geophysicists sounds like a pseudoscience to me. Astrophysics, another pseudoscience.
Astrophysicists,
pseudoscience. No cause and effect reasoning, establishing hypotheses, that's scientific predictions, with validation, actualization of said predictions, that's experimentation, that's the scientific method. Astrophysics doesn't have it, it's a pseudoscience, love.
Or liars. Everyone who...
Liars, pseudoscience. Yeah? That is to say, you've appealed to it as physics and it isn't? You don't know your own category error.
Who's ever been involved in launching a rocket into space?
This is one giant stereotype straw man about a consensus fallacy we don't have.
Or putting a satellite into...
What's begging the question?
She just talked about launching a rocket into space. That's begging the question.
Yes, it is.
When she, within what the context she's speaking.
No, spot on, yes. Straight up begging the question. Prove space.
To orbit is part of that.
Orbit, another begging the question fallacy based on flat Earth measurements.
Yeah, that's the key here, though, is what she's calling science should be called interpretation of measurements that contradict the measurements. That's what she believes science is.
Yeah, that's a good summary.
In context of what?
Yeah. Calculations that contradict flat Earth measurements is what she calls science.
That conspiracy too. Moon landings didn't happen. The ISS, not in orbit. Every single photo that's ever been taken of Earth from space.
That's something we say. She's watched us.
She's
That's
also
what we
said
say.
the word orbit twice.
We
John's
specifically say that.
interjected.
We say every single... Let's just hear it in full context before I call it, actually. Let me just give it a J.
Orbit is part of that conspiracy too. Moon landings didn't happen. The ISS, not in orbit. Every single photo that's ever been taken of Earth from space, fake.
That's our rhetoric. She's watched us. She's watching us. Hey, Sabine, hi! How's it going? Yes, space is a straight up second law of thermodynamics violation. Glad to have you here. Like and share. Next time, put a link to my video.
That's not what she's doing.
Yes, she is. She's connected
she's not watched us. She's made a logical inference from if the Earth was flat.
I don't think
so. If that statement is true, then these things have to be false.
Well, okay, let's spin on it. Let's just see.
Sounds pretty crazy, doesn't it? But then lots of people also believe that an omniscient being keeps track of who they have sex with. A recent representative poll in North America found that 5% think...
Ooh, this is very telling. So it tends to be the case that people who, in my humble experience debating people, brace against it the most are people who tend to have a few skeletons in their closet that they'd rather not have, come out. When it especially comes to the idea of God in this discussion, people brace against it because in their mind, it's far easier to get away with heinous acts they may have committed, indiscretions that they may have had, if there's no consequences, if there's no CCTV watching and there is no God, then it may as well have not happened. Well, I'm not really accountable for any of the horrible things I did. Who cares? It doesn't matter. It's just a skeleton in the closet. If, however, there's a God, then suddenly you are quite responsible for all those heinous things that you did, and you have to kind of reflect on them to an extent that you may not like, hold a mirror up to your own actions that you may not like. And typically, people draw, when making videos such as these, on their personal experience. And Sabine has drawn on number of sexual partners. Now, isn't that fascinating? I'm not necessarily saying there is 100% certain a connection there, but I'm just saying by past experience with examples, I could show how this could be her holding a mirror up to herself and suggesting that if there was a God, then the number of sexual partners in this study would be something that people would have to concern themselves with. And there's no way she would be concerning herself with that. I mean, obviously it isn't connected to her personally. It's just a hard-hitting example that she picked out of the random sky, right? I love things like this. Very, very telling.
Yeah, I think she's been sleeping around a bit in the physics department.
I was so much more subtle than you, Adam, but thank you.
Thing to pick.
Thank you.
It's a very psychologically telling of all the things that you would invoke God for. You will look at yourself, to me, in that case, and the statement she's given clearly does seem that she has a moral compass. She's got an issue with her own behaviour. Yeah, that's, I think, very, very telling that she would try to poo-poo God, and that's why, because she feels guilty towards God.
Perhaps.
But my initial interjection there was just the use of Christianity there. There's a little off, I think, there, to attack Christians and to draw the analogy as well. It's her belief. This is such projection. She's the one with a belief. She brings up beliefs.
Well, what I would say about her, just very briefly, is she, because of her position, right, which means she's what she would consider to be a science educator, because she would be considered via mainstream standards to be that, she has no one to blame. Can she even blame NASA? If it's all shown tomorrow that it's all complete rubbish, and the whole world is aware that it's all complete rubbish, all this globe heliocentrism nonsense, who can she blame? People who listen to her can blame her. Who can she turn around and blame? Werner von Braun. Who can she blame? That's the problem. She has it worse than anyone, because she herself is the one that's promoting the very thing and trying to educate people on the very thing.
Your question's malformed or badly phrased. Who would blame her? Dangerous, you say? Sabine? Dangerous? No. Who would blame her? Many is the answer, Brian. That's why she thinks we're dangerous. Because she's the primary source of a lot of this garbage, isn't she?
Yeah, her and her ilk, basically.
Yeah, you know what I mean. As a conduit, when she's mocking how wrong her colleagues were in the rhetoric prior to their changes, that she who's the other one? There's another female astrophysicist who does a similar thing, kind of chubby looking English woman. What's her name? She does the exact same thing.
Becky. Oh, Dr. Becky.
Dr. Becky, same exact principle, right? So Dr. Becky's pulling apart how, hey, check out in the 1970s they thought this was the case, but then this guy comes along and check out this whiteboard full of maths, and now we think this. Look how amazingly smart I am with the up-to-date rhetoric that changed, and how wrong they used to be, and how I'm pointing out how wrong they used to be. Give it, 6 months, Dr. Becky will be telling her audience, just like Sabine is, that the flat earthers talking about science are dangerous, because they'll point out how all physicists are wrong. Like you do on a regular basis when you're keeping people up to date with the changes in your rhetoric and how wrong they used to be. But it's us that are telling you physics is wrong. No, your pseudoscience was always pseudoscience. None of it was ever proven. It's ever changing because it's rhetoric. Right, let's do a bit more.
The Earth is flat, and another 6% aren't quite sure. I'm not quite sure how many people lie in these polls, but there's no doubt that interest in flat Earth...
Go back.
Yeah, just a 10-second, just to...
Lots of people also believe that an omniscient being keeps track of who they have sex with. A recent representative poll in North America found that 5% think the Earth is flat and another 6% aren't quite sure. I'm not quite sure how many people lie in these polls, but there's no doubt.
Yeah, remember Danny Faulkner came out with a video there recently saying this movement is growing, and someone else somewhat notable came out with a similar statement, and now Sabine is bringing this out. That same poll that she's talking about, now I think the poll is not correct. I think there's a lot more than 5%, but it doesn't matter, because that same poll back in 2018 or something came out, and it was 2% of America. Now it's 5%, and there's 6% that don't know. That's a possible 11%, right? Yes, we are definitely growing, and yes, we are dangerous to you.
How about the bigger picture here? You missed that. She's a theoretical physicist. What the hell is she doing on here, bringing out frigging polls on conspiracies? Why doesn't she get to the ball-tard spinning space monkey evidence? Huh? So this is what you're reduced to. Hey, Bruce Sabine, I'm talking to you. I'm going to treatment your dumbass again.
What Kiwi's saying is that the book stops with her. That's how we were phrasing it earlier, but he's putting more of a severity on it. He's saying, given that the book stops with you, love, what you got? This is what you've got, right, Kiwi?
Yeah. Polls? Really? Is that all you got? What about airplanes and spectacles? Don't you have those? Remember the last time you did this?
Mobile phones.
You clown. All right, we'll go over that too.
That interest in flat Earth ideas has spiked in the past decade, as you can see in the Google search trend.
Why does it have the what's this birds aren't real thing in the background? What's that about?
It's an attack, personal attack on us, as if someone claimed birds weren't real. Like someone saying the Earth is flat is the same thing as saying that birds aren't real.
No,
Okay.
some flat earthers said this birds are real. I heard them.
There's flat earthers that say birds aren't real.
Joke.
No flat
It's a joke. It's a meme that's meant to make. It's a joke. It's a meme that's meant to make fun of conspiracy theorists by stating, as a conspiracy, that the birds aren't real. It's a big joke online.
Okay.
In 2009, the International Flat Earth Society set up a website. In 2013, part of its members set up a wiki and discussion forum. Around 2015, the topic started to appear on YouTube and spread from here. In 2017, the first Flat Earth conference took place, which attracted a lot of media attention. YouTube made big changes.
Right, what the hell? Who cares? It wouldn't matter if it had 99% penetration and we were wrong. Just show us how we're wrong. It doesn't matter what the majority believe. If the majority believed it was flat Earth, this point would still have no validity in terms of the strength or weakness of each argument. Who cares? The numbers. This is a pure, unadulterated appeal to consensus.
Theoretical physics.
Right, but
theoretical physics is concerned with this, Nathan.
Oh, theoretical physicists are concerned with YouTube stats. Yeah, good point. Let's keep it on brass tacks. Exactly. So, if you were wondering what your theoretical physicist has got to say on the matter, she'll direct you towards YouTube stats.
Just to its recommendation algorithm, and interest tapered somewhat off after that. But rather than just fading away, in recent years, interest in flat Earth has been on the rise again.
Like a fart not obeying the laws of entropy, it just keeps hanging around.
You missed it, Nathan.
What?
Go back and listen to what she says about the polls, about the stats. Listen to what, not about the 5%ing. Listen to what she says about. Listen to how she skims over something.
And spread from here. In 2017, the first Flat Earth conference took place, which attracted a lot of media attention. YouTube made big changes to its recommendation algorithm, and interest tapered somewhat off after that.
Is that the bit you mean?
Yeah. Yes. You mean YouTube had to try and censor us out of existence? Sabine.
Well,
in 2019, when Congress, one second, John. When Congress told YouTube to do something about it, Congress in the US, see the way she's not bringing that part in. Things tapered off somewhat. Yeah, in other words, they still didn't stop us.
We tried to censor it and suppress the information, but it only tapered off somewhat.
Yeah, on the behest of Congress. Go on, John, sorry.
Yeah, but this goes back to, the interest in the topic. I mean, we can show all of their calculations that they think are science require a flat plane measurement. They have to have us to argue with. But it's in their minds. But what it is they're arguing with themselves. It's their contradictions that they're trying to deal with, and they're projecting that onto us. That's why there are all these straw men and everything else. They're in La La Land.
But rather than just fading away, in recent years, interest in flat Earth has been on the rise again. It's probably to no small part because of TikTok, which has now become a haven for flat earthers. Scientists don't take flat Earth.
Yeah, I agree to laugh. Because of TikTok.
Seriously, and I can see where they're coming from, but I think it's a mistake.
You just had an animation of an asteroid hitting the pizza pie in the sky vacuum?
To me, flat earthers are the first symptom of a much bigger problem. They show us what happened.
Now she's got images of people wearing tinfoil hats. Is that how you see us? Yeah? Is this your pain relief to mock us?
No, damage control.
No, it's pain relief. Oh, these people
Yeah,
are
we're
beneath
paying
me.
but they gotta get that
I am an
story out there.
Go ahead, Neil.
They got to get that story out there. They were a bunch of nutters because they're in serious pain.
But she's one person. I realise that en masse, that's true, but she is doing this, right? This is her video. And what she's doing is going, these people are beneath me. I'm a highly educated intellectual. Flat earthers are just idiots in tinfoil hats. Yeah? And she wants the audience to understand how she wants us to be viewed. Still, very telling. This is how she wants us to be viewed. Okay, all right, no worries. I couldn't give a toss if everybody around me, that's why I appeal to it in reverse. I don't care if it's 100%, 99% penetration of everybody thinking Earth is flat. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true unless you can prove it. Likewise, by comparison, when we had 99.9% penetration in the Western world of everybody believing you're on a sphere, it didn't necessarily make it true because there wasn't any evidence. Just a load of lies based on flat Earth measurements. Now, the fact that nobody knew it and the consensus was very much in the majority of a globe belief didn't make it true. And it wouldn't matter when the first person comes along and shows you Earth's measured flat for these globe claims, you know. Us thinking we're on a sphere requires Earth to be measured flat. Isn't that curious? Well, you're just one man, Earth's a sphere. It's a crap standard. Likewise, her appealing to consensus, the audience, the majority. She's got a nice big audience, 1 million plus people. If they all think we're stupid, what, that'll make the Earth a globe? Well, no, but it'll share her pain with us. We just look into it as being a tell. That's all this is. A Sabine tell.
Yeah. Well, it's an important part of debate if you're not worried about logic or reason or getting the other person that you're debating with to see your point of view. If you're playing like I think they call it 4D chess now or whatever, but if you're trying to influence the people watching the debate, this is a tactic to try to make your opponent look crazy. Like, for having this position, you're obviously a nut, you know? So it's important, but especially when you have a belief system that's based on what they know.
Well,
yeah, that's
if you
the
look
irony.
into our comments,
That's the irony, isn't it, John?
Look,
What she's calling stupid, saying these people here, the people who say Earth is flat, are tinfoil hat wearing nutters. And yet the irony is that the measurements that have been derived from there, it may be belief for these tinfoil hat nutters in the example, as far as she is concerned, and I'll take it as read that they are just flat Earth believers. But their belief in the plane that they think they're on is the ground-based measurement, the genesis of your sphere belief. There's the irony. Go on, Brian.
yeah, if you look into her comments, she has thousands of comments, and it's growing by the hour. And I was the only one. I think there was one other comment where someone asked her, "You think this?" and I'm supposed to be the crazy one, just threw some heliocentrism at her and said, "And I'm supposed to be." So that person was probably a flat earther. But other than that, I didn't see any other flat earthers in there, with the exception of me. And I asked her. I said to her, "Sabine, I'm 9 years at this. If you want to have a conversation about it, you can record the conversation, or I can go on live with you, and you can discuss it with me." I didn't ask her for a debate, right? I just wanted a conversation, right? I didn't ask her. I just offered her a conversation, just in case. There's somebody if you want it. Now, I don't know if she'll ever see that, because she has thousands upon thousands of comments of ballers agreeing with her, and ballers, loads of them, making up stuff. I asked a flat earther this thing, and they told me that, or they ran away. All this stuff that never happened. They're all making up scenarios that never happened. Most of them have never actually addressed the flat earther. And even to have, what they are claiming happened is not what happened. I asked a flat earther this thing, and the answer they gave me was that, and I debunked them this way. Or when I asked them about this topic, they ran away. It's like, no, that never happened. They're literally making this stuff, and these people are making up in their own head.
Yeah, they're inventing. They're inventing a LARPer in their own mind and creating a narrative in the comment section. Whereas some of them have started actually living out that LARPer that they create in their mind's eye to have the argument with, because we're not having that argument with them. We've debunked all of those positions. So the guy that they're arguing with in the comments, they give that description you're describing, is what they're starting to become when they try on the furry costume of Flat Earth as a LARPer.
What if she calls you bluff? What if she calls your bluff, Brian? Are you prepared?
Brian would absolutely take it to the cleaners. What are you questioning that for?
I am prepared.
Is he prepared?
You have all your polls.
What outrage?
You have all your polls ready.
Oh, you got your stats? Yeah, Brian, you must get some statistics. Do you want me to help you out with YouTube statistics to counter her arguments?
So when people realize they can't understand modern science, don't.
Modern science? What's that? What's modern science? You mean pseudoscience? Stuff that hasn't adhered to the scientific method. It needs like a little caveat, does it? The little weasel word that you put in there. Modern science? What about just science? Oh, you haven't got any of that, have you? That's what we point out. That's why we're dangerous.
Postmodern science.
I know what you're talking about. The same science M. Scott Veach was talking about. We're stuck in the past, 6th grade. Science has advanced.
Yeah,
trust
it's gone on
what
in their mind.
observation?
Go on, John, because you said it earlier and I thought it was a great point.
Yeah, it's what they call modern science is just calculations that contradict measurements. That's what they believe. That's science.
That's contradictions of a globe that contradict the measurements of a flat Earth. Just to be absolutely specific, that's what she's calling science.
So calculations. Sorry,
Go on.
Adam.
Go on, Brian.
So there's a little bit at the end when she's advertising her things that you'll probably cut off, but let it play as she'll show you her science. She has a slidey graph with correlation on one side.
Oh, with the hypothetical measurement of penguins' weight.
Yeah. And there's the correlation to prove it's science.
Can't wait till you see that, Nathan. It's coming.
And therefore throw out even the most basic scientific knowledge on the rationale of skepticism. Flat earthers are somewhat extreme in that they're actually throwing out evidence that they could test themselves if they weren't so bad at science. But the underlying problem is much deeper, because in most of modern science...
What's this science? If you're going to destroy us, you should at least have the courtesy to say, and here's an example. Do you know what I mean? Not just a hand wave. Yeah, there's stuff that disproves it, but they just don't bother doing it. Which again,
and they're bad at it anyway.
Oh, if I was to ask Sabine to take an elevation angle to Polaris, that'd be a lovely flat Earth proof, and she could do that.
Oh, she just couldn't do it. She's just not good at measurements.
No, that's a good point by Adam. That's right. Flip it right on her dumbass.
The average person can't test evidence for themselves. This is...
Why not? Well, that's a glaring, outrageous, baseless assertion. Why can't the average person test stuff for themselves? I'm pretty sure most average people are capable of varying and manipulating things.
I have.
You know,
he hasn't seen my polls yet.
Eratosthenes, according to her, Eratosthenes did an experiment, right? You put a stick in the ground and you can measure an elevation angle to the sun with it. It's an elevation angle with respect to a flat plane, though.
Yeah, as long as you're measuring a flat Earth, you can claim you're proving a sphere calculation.
Right. She's projecting what she's doing onto us.
Also,
that's their entire problem.
Yeah, it's also affirming your statement earlier, which is to say that that process with Al-Biruni or any other claim to be science that they suggest with experiments, in quotes, they're not, just to make that clear. But what they say is science, because it is by their standard, their pseudoscience, to be more correct, is a flat Earth measurement, then globe calculation. That's what they call science. Bonkers, isn't it?
This is why I think it makes sense to identify the origin of this problem. And some scientists...
The origin of the problem is the flat Earth measurements you use to Polaris to make your globe. That's the problem for you. It's definitely not a problem for me. I mean, I don't know what she's going to babble on about now. Oh, Dunning-Kruger? What, people overestimating their own intellectual ability? When I talk about an elevation angle measurement with respect to 90 degrees below Polaris, there's no overestimation of my intellect. There's no questioning by Mr. Kruger about how well I did in a test. This is garbage.
Scientists have actually studied this. They found that the scientific literacy of flat earthers tends to be
based on the Dunning-Kruger curve. This is what you've got, QE.
Yeah. What she got? She's a theoretical physicist, / psychologist. And we need more polls.
I think we should compare how intellectual flat earthers are on the Dunning-Kruger scale. I mean, this is just pure fantastic globe proof from their guru when they're wondering what she's got to say on the subject. This is very good.
Below population average.
The best part about this is it's psychological statistics that she cited that because on average, and that may be right, doesn't matter whether it is or it isn't, because that's an average. So there are going to be some flat earthers that are cleverer than the cleverest ball earther. Or there'll be a distribution. And that's the point. This is a normalized distribution that she's describing for citation, which is statistics, Sabine. It's no support, Doc. And even if it was correct, fundamentally, it doesn't demonstrate anything about who's right or wrong. It just shows that across a spectrum of intelligence, both sets of people can have all the people can have different opinions. Some will think it's flat, some will go. If anything, it kind of shows there is no correlation in terms of whether or not your intellect or not is. That's just a distribution, a standard distribution issue. So fundamentally, she's quoting statistics as a proof, which is
garbage.
Correlation.
Just garbage.
Well, no, you're kind of missing. I'm not trying to attack you, but you're missing the point. She's saying that in scientific literacy, right, understanding, what science? Could you define the science you're claiming to be science, please? Or define what you're claiming to be science and what that entails and what that encompasses? Because does that mean that because I, as well as that, I don't know anyone who was brought into this poll. I don't know anyone who was asked this or whatever. Yeah. So what is it that you're claiming? Because is it that I deny what you claim to be physics? And I don't just deny it, I can show it with proof. Is it because of that I'm suddenly illiterate to what?
Their science. You summed it up already. Illiterate to their pseudoscience. Because you deny it because you don't do it yourself, and even if you did, you couldn't because you're stupid.
At the same time,
what they would try to lure you into is a discussion about correct calculations. For example, PV equals nRT and gas law, how it's described. They try to lure you in that direction to say, see, there are calculations that are based on measurement that do work. Therefore, my globe is valid.
But that's fine.
Want to take that.
But you've got to show her that, that is calculation then. It's not science. The PV equals nRT isn't science.
No, it is not.
And if you was to state it was, you've got to buy the short and haven't you again? Because you can show her intellect to be incorrect. As she stands there saying we don't know what science is, she's citing areas that are demonstrably non-science in of themselves. At best, it's natural law. It's just a formula, Sabine.
Look, you're giving her too much. She hasn't given us this. What she's given us currently is psychological statistics, because psychology is a well-known science, isn't it? That'd be a no.
It's a humanity. If it portrays itself as such, it is a pseudoscience.
Confident of their scientific knowledge than the average person. On top of this,
So she's showing flat earthers' lack of scientific knowledge with humanitarian statistics. Good job, good job. This is what your astrophysicists will give you as well. Garbage, if you ever went to them. And now that they know it's gone to them, because hopefully some of my audience has actually told her, please let her know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Currently 125 people actually watching, which is pretty good. Then she's going to be made aware of the failings. So what? Show our flat earthers don't know what science is by way of statistics. Great job.
We then get echo chambers in social media that reinforce their misjudgment. The trouble is that these two issues, lack of knowledge and an inability to recognize this lack of knowledge, are bound.
Sorry. We get echo chambers on social media that reinforce their misjudgment. A minute ago, we were just wrong. Or we weren't able to. It was that we are incapable of understanding science. Now we have a possible misjudgment. It's funny how when she had to bring it to some kind of reality, which is this is social media. We are the echo chamber she's trying to claim is an echo chamber. We're not an echo chamber, but we are what she's trying to claim to be an echo chamber. Suddenly she has to take a softer stance on it because she knows she's talking rubbish. She knows it. Even if she was only referring to Globebusters, she knows she's talking rubbish because even Globebusters adhere far more to what actual natural science is than she does.
I
So
don't
even
know about that.
Stay
Brian.
down, Neil.
I don't know about that.
No, come on,
Anyway,
Neil.
we're coming
Ghostbusters
against.
are adhering to
Hold on.
reality a lot more
Just
so,
so we can
come
move
on,
on quickly.
let's be real here.
Okay. Let's not debate a hypothetical about what Globebusters may or may
Stupid,
not know.
like, to attack
Are
that.
they making videos about Sabine by name and sending people to her?
We're directly coming against her money. This is her job, right?
Yes.
She's a theoretical scientist, whatever it is, physicist. What is that? This comes right against her way of making a living.
Yes.
She's got to speak out against it.
Correct. We're a threat. When she puts dangerous, that's what she's referring to in the thumbnail, yes.
To become increasingly widespread, simply because, unfortunately, scientific knowledge isn't heritable. We're born without knowing anything of modern science. We have to learn everything, and the more sophisticated...
We're born into heliocentric rhetoric. That's how we're brainwashed from birth.
Sophisticated science becomes, the more learning...
So, more fundamentally, we all understand the heliocentric paradigm before we're even taught science. One of the first things that's put in our head, left, right, centre, in our nurseries, in our play, everywhere, that heliocentric model is ingrained in us before we do first grade GCSE science, or we even learn any of it. That's already instilled.
Yeah, but the thing is, the knowledge that they teach you in grade school, middle school, high school, it's you can go and get a science textbook, and it'll tell you the difference between qualification and quantification, what's necessary for an experiment. These are the basic fundamental understandings required to move forward in that subject.
That's the word, John. That's the word, understanding. Now, she's not asking for understanding. She's saying, can you learn it? Can you learn it? Big difference between having understanding and learning something.
Yeah, comprehension she's talking about. Can you comprehend the rhetoric? Well, before you've even learned what science is, the rhetoric is firmly pushed into your comprehension.
Right, but the rhetoric that she's talking about with the globe Earth is running contradictory to the information you learn in science class at the most basic fundamental, like the beginnings of it.
That requires. Sometime in the middle of the 20th century or so, we reached a point where modern science just stopped being comprehensible to anyone without a special degree, and this...
There you go, told you, more projection. I'm smart, they're dumb, I understand this stuff, they don't. That's all this is.
Is still the case. I don't really understand how CRISPR works.
There it is. So, to make it seem like this isn't directly about her, she then uses herself as examples of things she doesn't know. Nah, love, no. I take what was said as read, and it is incredibly telling, because that is what you're saying. I've got these degrees. I understand the rhetoric of my own pseudoscience. The flat earthers, dumb tinfoil hat wearing numpties, they can't even comprehend it. They're too dumb to do the experiments. Not that they are. And that's what we expose. But this is pain relief. This is her appealing to her audience so that they understand what's what based on her being the authority and her, in a humble way, I mean, oh so humble, telling us how she doesn't know something. Yeah, you're about as transparent as it gets, love. But it amuses me greatly.
I've no idea what Teichmuller theory is, I don't know how phones work, and I yet have to figure out how to properly fertilize our lawn. There's just too much knowledge in the world to learn it all, and unfortunately no one has yet developed a pill for quantum mechanics. But
I mean, you don't need quantum mechanics if you're talking about God, maybe, but if we're talking about the nature of Earth being measured, you just need a flat plane of reference. Flat Earth will give you that, no worries. You need it for your globe as well, by the way.
you don't actually need to learn any physics to see that the Earth isn't flat.
It's a category error. What, flat? What, an aspect? What, like a geometric aspect? Yeah, that's not physics. Cause and effect relationships have got nothing to do with geometric aspects. She doesn't know what science is, does she?
Even leaving aside that it requires you to believe.
Telephones. I don't understand our telephones, but that's technology, Sabine. Might be a bit of science in there, but if you're going to work out how a phone works, it's just the technology. That shows her ignorance, the category she gave.
Oh,
and fertilising a lawn.
You're so sweet. You're like, what? Because the semiconductors in there, at some point, you can trace it back to some sort of scientific validity if you really tried to.
Being intellectually honest, yes, but I don't think that's what she meant. She meant just, I don't understand that bit of technology. That's what she meant.
Even this huge conspiracy, flat Earth.
She's saying, because I don't understand the apps and how they are programmed and how the silicon works and how the traces work on the circuit board. I don't know how a phone works. That's contextually what she's saying. But, therefore, there's so much information out there, not everyone can know everything. But in the context of this discussion, as was alluded to prior to me making all these disclaimers, you need degrees. Things I've got, by the way, says Sabine, to understand this stuff.
It's a strange statement. Is she saying fundamentally she couldn't learn how a phone works? Because I could. If I applied myself, that's what I wanted to do. Just like we've all applied ourselves here in this field. Mastering her physics so we could take her apart, yeah? I didn't have a physics degree, but I know pretty much the equivalent, and certainly within the fields that are relevant to flat Earth, I know those topics. So I'm not sure what her disclaimer is, unless she's saying she's incapable of extracurricular learning.
And nor would it be righteous if me to say, well, I pretty much have a good idea how a phone does work. It was one of those things when Craig introduced himself, my tech guy, as a flat earther. He and I shared our love for a particular YouTube channel who's gone a bit more political now, Lewis Rossman, because he does board level repair on phones and laptops and Macs and things. And I just find that very interesting. I just watch it because I'm a bit of a geek. I did an electronics engineering course when I was in college. So I do have a vague idea. I'm not going to pretend to be a phone expert. But does that make me intellectually superior? Because by her examples of things she doesn't know, she's not intellectually inferior. Well, should I then say, well, because I do know the basic construct of a phone and how it operates, I am intellectually superior? And just because I don't know your pseudoscience according to your stereotype, it's like, this is a standard that is so garbage level. I mean, QE's already done the job for me here. I mean, that's why I'm getting to this point so quickly. Yeah, she's supposed to be just presenting globe evidence that smashes us out of the park, leaves no doubt in the mind of the viewer. That's the standard you'd hope for. I mean, again, this is like me when I was pre-flat earther watching NASA videos, because I still am actually subscribed to Science at NASA and get their email updates. Not that I read them anymore. But when I did, I was always left with that hollow, empty feeling after watching one of them. And I can imagine a globe believer coming to this video thinking, brilliant! What I'm expecting out of a Flat Earthers Are Dangerous video is to highlight why their garbage is garbage, Flat Earthers, quickly in the first 5 seconds, so it keeps my attention on the topic of the thumbnail and title, and then go into smashing it out of the park with a stone-cold globe proof that just puts them in their place and shuts them up, because she's the authority on the subject. But when you get to this video, as the outsider I'm describing in example, and you get YouTube stats, and flat earthers are tinfoil hat wearers, and I do know this stuff, and they couldn't do basic science, you're going to be left with this very hollow, empty feeling at the end of the process. That is to say, the video won't give you what you would have potentially hoped for, which is just here's globe proof, smashing it out of the park, look how stupid they are. By example, really easy to show and for you to understand. And I'm the authority, you can take my word for it, but here's 1,000 examples that you could do easily yourself, proving a globe. She's not giving you any of that. So you're going to leave going, I mean, so my answers to this problem, this conundrum that I'm now thinking about, flat earth and that, is to just demean my opponents as stupid tinfoil hat wearing idiots and show how the stats aren't really showing they're gaining popularity. That's what I'm going to take away from this. But also recognise how smart you are, because you know what's what. Okay, that's great. Thanks for that. That makes me feel so much better as a globe-believing normie who happens to have stumbled on this subject and looked to you for affirmation to affirm my bias.
Ideas have a much bigger problem. It's that you can't do anything with them. You can't use them to do as much as predict sunset and sunrise.
More projection.
Right, there you go, John.
So sunrise and sunset is something that you utilise with a geometric physical sphere edge horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, debunked in 2020 by the Black Swan. which has no practical application. You use it to claim there's a sphere edge getting in the way. We use the sun in a practical application for navigation. We being everybody, not flat earthers. You included. Those principles that use the sun and its GP are also translated into Polaris or a grid system. But we use the angles of the sun. So do you.
Yeah, but they're not a prediction.
Also...
Just a second. There's no sunrise and sunset prediction. That's not a prediction.
No, it's not cause and effect.
I mean,
it's
you
not
can
science.
calculate the angle. You can have a set of angles based off of a known cycle. Cycles aren't predictions. You don't predict based off a cycle. That's wrong. And a claim of a sunrise and sunset within her context is a begging the question fallacy.
Yep. Begging the question fallacy with a rotating sphere with an axis with respect to a flat plane and a physical geometric sphere edge obstruction at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet derived from a flat plane.
Now, how are you going to measure that angle to the sun, Sabine?
From a flat plane.
Right, it's a rhetorical device used to describe elevation angle change of the sun as it approaches 0 degrees with respect to the flat plane. That's what sunrise and sunset is.
Yep. All roads lead to a flat Earth. What was the something else?
But the mathematics of that you said sphere edge horizon, that's just a misinterpretation of that calculation. It is not. It doesn't have anything to do with level being curved.
It sounds like Sabine's just reifying the horizon. Should we show her a black swan?
Yeah. If the Earth was a sphere radius 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as per their maths. Distance to horizon in the black swan is beyond the geometric limitation inferred as a sphere edge, not possible, derived from flat Earth measurements, at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, off a flat plane. Therefore, the horizon is not an Earth curve and the Earth is not a sphere. We debunked it in 2020. Black swan.
Let alone tides or solar eclipses or the paths of planets. You can't
Derived from flat Earth angle measurements to the stars. Your orbital motion is also with respect to a flat plane.
calculate airplane routes around.
Calculate? Yeah, your measurements for those calculations are off a flat plane.
Understand satellite navigation. Even if you.
Navigation and the Mercator projection now on screen are using the grid system measured on a flat plane. The map itself's flat. The diagrams of the maps that you showed the car travelling along a moment ago were all flat. This is flat. You just need to use the flat Earth, do you? This Mercator projection. The grid system's measurements based. Flat Earth measurement based. Polaris based. And flat. I don't know why you're showing this. Why do they keep appealing to flat maps? I get people in my comments all the time going, still no flat Earth map. And you're like, all of them are flat. They have to be to work with angles. Yeah, people on the globe side keep throwing at flat maps like, why are you using this? Oh, well, it's come from a globe projection. What, of the circles of equal elevation measured off a flat plane we call latitude? That projection that was measured flat in the first instance. So they throw this up like they've somehow got a justification for using a Mercator projection. A flat map. Because that's how they all work, with angles.
Just throw some kudos at Brian there. Because Brian's work on Polaris is the one that destroys that argument. Because obviously the Mercator is a ball projection. So all come from a ball. But what Brian highlighted is just to get those lines of latitude, you've still got to have a flat Earth to describe it first, everything. And the latitude lines are the ones that, to me, are the ball destroyer. Because it's the underpinning of all the grid systems. Well, where you move from there doesn't matter. You can build a ball, you can do whatever you want. But fundamentally, to build that initial grid system to then shape it into a ball, you have to have statute miles.
Yep. It's the best claim ever.
Yeah,
it's the very reason moving into 2024 I said we should be on the front foot telling people Earth is measured flat in the first instance because the globe comes from those measurements. That is the reason. I totally agree, Adam. It's the best proofsy there is.
But what just on their Mercator, transverse Mercator map, what that does is it allows them to use a flat plane via a grid map, but then always be able to convert the longitude positions back to a globe. It allows them to bring the longitude straight back to a globe because the longitude lines are based on that, are based off of a globe projection via the hijacking of the original latitude and longitude grid, which doesn't have the longitude positions fitting a globe. They fit UTC time, also known as Greenwich Mean Time.
And it shows distorted journeys. So if you draw out a straight travel path on that map, it will actually curve. Therefore, you've then got the justification to apologise for that distortion because it's come from a globe projection. So that's why they so frequently use the transverse Mercator, a flat map, because they say, oh, well, this distortion is merely because so we can use the map more conveniently. From a convenience perspective, we project out the ball onto this flat map. We project it onto a tube and then roll it out flat. But the distortions obviously are going to be there because of that process for convenience sake of having a flat map. But in reality, it's a globe projection. That's how they apologise for the distortion that globe projection onto the tube, then onto the flat map creates. In reality, the ball projection that it's taken from is areas of equal elevation angles to Polaris. Kudos to Brian for pointing out that connection with the lines of latitude, cementing it as the all-time best globe destroyer and flat Earth proof there is.
Well,
I have a question about.
Sorry, just 1 second, John. When they speak about distances on the universal transverse Mercator, that's when they must start bringing in the Haversine formula, because they start using rhumb line distances. But they give the impression that when they're dealing with big distances, they're using great circle route distances. Great circle route distances only work on the short scale, and the reason is it's only on the short scale where there'll be a small deviation between great circle route distances and rhumb line distances. When they're dealing with any great distance, they have to use rhumb lines, which are straight lines, straight horizontals, all meeting together. That's what they actually are.
Right.
So when they have to use any great distance at all, they can't refer to great circle routes.
Exactly. As soon as you refer to any distance, full stop, it's flat.
Yes, but when they say the globe part in that, I think what's actually happening is they're confusing the celestial sphere with the globe, just flat out misinterpreting it, and then they're doing all this stuff. I don't think at any point in time is it ever a globe that they can show, even by calculation.
No, I was told by a teacher that I do not understand heliocentrism at its core, that I'm just ignorant to it. That's why I'm a flat earther.
What we were just talking about there, Neil, is heliocentrism at its core, which is the hijacking of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris. Bring that up with him.
Okay.
That's how I started it, but that's how she ended it. Just thought I'd throw it in there.
Okay, well, a baseless personal attack after offering us some evidence doesn't sound justified in the slightest. With that, I'm going to say if you're watching on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams, then stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
I can tell you as a matter of fact, that teacher that said that to you about you not understanding heliocentrism at its core, she has confused comprehension and acceptance.
Is that its molten iron core or just core?
That's what I said to Adam. I said, what do you mean?
Yeah.
You don't have a molten iron core.
But because you don't accept it at its core, right? You don't accept it at its core, heliocentrism, the religion, because you don't accept it, you can't comprehend it, is what she just said to you. It is one of the biggest insults I've ever heard anybody say to a flat earther.
Yeah, it's sad.
Hard to convince yourself that someone somehow did manage to actually calculate when the sun arises and when solar eclipses will occur. And
Calculate? On a globe, you mean? No, measured on a flat earth, not calculated. You've got to take steps.
Also,
Good.
also calculated with a flat plane. The angular relationship she's describing is in the celestial sphere model. The sun, the idea that the Earth would be blocking the moon when the sun is at negative 25 degrees elevation, like the sun goes beneath us. That is where that belief that there would be a minus sign on the moon comes from, is from elevation angles and the misinterpretation of them.
Right. Their
Oh
idea,
dear.
well, their idea of the measured angle, when they describe it in a minus fashion, that is to say that they infer it's below the horizon. That's to take the angles in a positive fashion and assert that the angles you're measuring with respect to the plane are actually the rotation of the measurement device in your hand as the ball surface. So when they say, okay, I'm going to measure the sun coming up, there's it at 1 degree, so you draw a line out to the horizon, a line out to the sun at 1 degree, and then you wait a while and say, now it's at 10 degrees, a line along the flat surface up to the sun at 10 degrees. If you're a globe believer, now you've made those measurements, you can say, well, actually, no. The protractor I held to take the flat surface and the angle to the sun is the surface I'm standing on, rotating at 1 degree and then 10 degrees. It's the turning of the compass. I mean, the globe. That's how they do it. And when they do that, your suggestion from just at the end of the live show is that they have to convolute the difference between the angle measurements to the celestial sphere as an inferred measurement from a curved surface, which you can't do. Actually, in reality, the turning of a protractor you're holding as the globe wrapped around you at 3959 miles, with you in the centre of hell. But then you are actually, in factual reality, utilising the equatorial plane and the celestial sphere. They just plonk in a globe that's surplus to requirements in the middle of it. In reality, the only thing that could be interpreted as is the protractor itself, rotating at 1 degree or 10 degrees in my example.
No, have you ever heard them say that lunar eclipses, the one where they say the Earth should be a minus sign across the moon if it were a flat plane?
Right, yeah, like pizza pie in space in orbital motion with the flat pizza pie creating a line across the moon. Okay. I thought you meant like at minus elevation, that is to say below the horizon at 1 degree, 2 degrees.
Yes, that is where that concept comes from, is those angular relations that we never measure the sun below the horizon. That never happens,
Exactly.
So that calculation, though, is describing a flat plane getting in front of the moon, and the sun is, and they say, well, if it was true, if Earth was flat, then it would be a minus sign across the moon. They're arguing with themselves, is what they're doing. They're not arguing with us.
Right.
Well, I would go straight to their claim of, like, I wouldn't. The minute she brought up eclipses, straight away I'm going to the solar cycle, because that's what they have to refer to for all the eclipses. That's what NASA uses. That's what NASA had to correct to recently. And the reason I bring that up is because that's based off a flat plane, flat stationary plane, and moving celestials. That's what all those calculations are based off of. That's the cycles, the ephemeris. That's what the ephemeris is. That's where the ephemeris comes from. If you want to, do you know what I mean? As soon as she brings up eclipses, she's talking about flat plane. That's what she's talking about. So, but yet they try and use it as if it's some kind of a. Go on, Adam. Just saying.
I'll finish, mate. Sorry, I thought you'd done.
I'm just saying that they try and bring that up as if it's some kind of an argument. It's the destruction of them, the Babylonians, and before them. They weren't heliocentrists. They weren't globers. They show it. QE has presented only recently, Adam, didn't he? Only recently he's presented the inquiry into it. Go on, Adam.
It was just a little point on. It was her validation. It's a ball because NASA can make predictions with regards to eclipses, which they duly did and then changed. I'm not sure how you can reconcile that with her previous statement then, because by her standards, they're wrong, and therefore the model's wrong.
Yeah, and if this doesn't have flat earthers in the context, she'd be having a good old laugh about how they got it wrong, wouldn't she? Reporting on it.
Look at them, they have to change it 2 weeks before it happened.
Change what? What model are they talking about?
Yep, that's a good question.
Hold on. The model the school teacher told me, that I'm ignorant to, and I do not have an understanding of it.
Where is it?
Yeah, you got to see it before you can understand it. Where's this model?
In a moment of silence for the globe.
Nathan gone for a coffee because he thought we were going to keep talking.
I was going to. I've just nipped back. I thought the conversation would continue, but you're waiting for Sabine. Shall I do a bit?
Yeah, we just.
These were not the people who believe that the Earth is flat. Why do flat earthers not realize this? I suspect what's going on is that they don't have the faintest clue how modern science works. They might actually believe that drawing a rotating blob on a disk in Blender is the state of the art in physics. So what are we to do? There'll always be people who distrust scientists, and that might not even be a bad thing. But I think
Oh my God. I'm about to throw up.
Scientists. They just don't use the scientific method.
Right. Yeah, I'm about to throw up. She wants to put this in a category of belief so desperately. It has to be about belief. She's desperate to get it to belief.
I think it's a mistake to ignore flat earthers, and I do have some sympathy for them. I really do. They're trying to figure out how nature works, and that's a good thing. We should just encourage them to get better at it, and then maybe one day they'll figure out that it's actually much easier to explain their observations if they stop believing that the Earth is flat. And
I'm gonna kick her ass.
Another reason I think we should take flat earthers seriously is that a lack of science education.
That's the point.
We did.
So, Nathan, we did stop. Yeah.
Don't stop.
Education is more of a societal failure than a personal one. Luckily, there's an easy way to grow your scientific background knowledge, which is on brilliant.org.
Yeah, that's the end. Okay.
No. This is the bit you got to keep going for, Nathan.
No, we can't see it though, Adam.
Yeah, but Nathan can see it and rip it apart.
It's a plug. It's the end of the video where she plugs a sponsor.
Yeah,
Look
we
at
know
the
that.
plug.
But
I
we know
really
that,
like Brilliant's courses because they get to the point very quickly and help me to remember the key facts. All of Brilliant's courses come with interactive visualizations and follow-up questions. This gives you a feeling for what's going on, and it also lets you check whether you understood it right away. I even have my own course on Brilliant. It's a beginner's course for quantum physics.
Right, talk amongst yourselves, please. That's it. We're done with Sabine. Hopefully the audience will. Right. I'll just prompt for the recording benefit. Hopefully one of the mods will put in the after show a link to a video again, so people will let her know I sent her. That's it. Chat amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. But there at the end, she was trying to change that how nature works into is it a plane? You know, that has nothing to do with how or why. We ain't even got to the point that we can ask how or why. We're dealing with, you know, a solid noun. She doesn't understand what she's saying. She can't.
Don't worry, Adam. I'll do a treatment on her, and I'll make sure that part's up.
Thank you.
QE, hold on. You owe us something, QE. You never told us how you knew what you knew that day in the politics server.
What are you talking about?
With that guy. What was he asking again? Oh, shoot. Oh, who was it? Wasn't it? It might have been the other one, too.
It was
What?
calculating a triangle and the height to Polaris, Neil. You're wanting to ask him about that.
Right, but QE came in with a question, and we wanted to know how he knew that the guy did not know.
Because nobody,
He never told us.
Because it's a train wreck of a dumpster fire. It's not only him, it's anyone that has that claim that they can calculate the height using a right angle triangle to the celestials. It's not just him. Anyone makes that claim, I just take them right down to the wood chipper where they want to go. How do I know that? So you're gonna have to state the question again. I can't. It's been a few days. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember either. I just knew you forgot to tell us something. I don't know what that something was.
No, Neil, if somebody
it was a 60
invokes
degrees.
trigonometry when they're talking about celestial navigation, yeah, if they invoke trigonometry instantly, it's a disclaimer that they don't know about celestial navigation.
Yeah, that much I know. That I know from you guys. They're doing trig. We're doing celestial navigation. That's where they're in error, correct?
So you take them stepwise through the process. So what I did was, if you remember correctly, now it's coming back to me a little bit. I said, you're at a 60-degree north latitude, right? Then I asked him, I said, okay, how far away are you from the GP? That's the first question. So they have to overcome that hurdle, right? And what do they have to do to overcome that hurdle? Because they need a side length.
Celestial navigation.
Yes, because you need at least one side length if you're going to solve that triangle. You got all the angles because it's a right angle triangle. As soon as you get 60, then you know all the other angles, right? So that's one obstacle they have to overcome, and they're not going to overcome that one. I'm going to belly laugh in their face. But if it continues, right? Then I say, okay, give me the length of the opposite. And if that mug doesn't equal 433 light years, then they got a big problem.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I got you. The stars. Why don't these idiots know this?
They do. That's why he ran away, Neil. I will point that out again. He ran away as soon as John asked him to calculate that.
So you could go a couple different routes. You can embarrass them right off the bat, and because they're not going to understand that in celestial navigation they're not trying to solve the triangle, right? They're not going to get that because we told them how many times, right? So, okay, I'll take you right where you want to go then.
I think that's the best place, John, is give him the elevation angle, the 90 degrees, and say, right, solve for the distance to the GP using trigonometry.
That's the first question. That's
what I mean. And if you leave them there, they drown.
Yep. But if they happen to get by that through all kind of, wishy-washy nonsense, then you ask them for the side of the opposite. Give me the length of the opposite. Simple as that.
Yeah, so if they whistle past the graveyard. I'm sorry, John, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just going to say, if they whistle past the graveyard twice, then you ask them about the opposite. I'm guessing they're still not going to get it. I don't think there's any hope for them if they skip it by twice.
They've only got one honest answer, and that's for the opposite length, and that's infinity in their claim.
Hey, I like that interview, Kelly. That was a pretty good one.
There isn't, I know it went over your head, Neil. There isn't a side length. You understand, in their claim,
that distance is infinity.
It didn't go over my head. I said, you're talking about stars, infinite numbers, right? Light years away.
No, but within their paradigm.
Can't be infinity. Not when they're trying to get the distance to Polaris. Can't be infinity.
But in their model, it is.
What model?
In their way of demonstrating it mathematically, good point, nice call. In their of resolving it on a ball, then that side length has to be infinity.
Yeah, you keep saying that. I heard you the first 3 times. But in this particular instance, it cannot be if they're solving for the right angle triangle to Polaris. If they're following or trying to solve it, then that opposite side must equal 433 light years.
Yeah, but they're not. This is the thing. No, you're right, 100%. Because I made this claim. I made videos about that exact thing, probably about 2 years ago now. But they won't. This is the thing. They will not admit that an elevation angle is a right angle triangle. They keep on denying the opposite. They keep denying the zenith from the celestial GP to the zenith, to the GP, or to the celestial. They're denying that.
So
they're denying
they can deny all they want.
They're denying the rocketing of the sextant that creates it.
Yeah, we're getting confused here between cross purposes because who are they?
All the ballers.
No, that other baller the last week said that he needed the height to Polaris.
Yeah, but that's a straw man they try and use against us.
I know that.
Yeah, But
at least he knew it was a right angle triangle. I mean, implicitly.
He knew we were claiming it's a right angle triangle because it is. But he doesn't want to. They deny that elevation angles are right angle triangles.
Well, he's using trig. His name was Mr. Trig, right?
That's correct.
Yeah, but he's literally trying to strawman us. And when you held him to his own standard, he couldn't go anywhere.
This is a nothing burger.
I'm understanding you. It's just that I've been down this road with them all. Like I made videos on this exact thing.
Yeah, I got it. What am I, chopped liver? I haven't heard this before.
I don't mean it that way. I'm trying to. We're not actually talking across purposes.
That's what I just said.
No, I said we're not talking across purposes.
Oh, we're not?
No, we're not. We're just. I'm pointing out what they won't accept.
Yeah, who are they?
The ballers. All of the ballers.
Back to this again. Let's reverse course. His name was trigonometry, right? Even if he was straw manning it, he's still asking a pertinent question on his behalf because he could use trigonometry. Well, what's trigonometry?
Use the triangles.
There you go. Yeah, thanks for giving him the video too. I tried to get him off the scent by giving him other videos to review, and then I get in here and he's doing Sabine. Thanks.
But you never addressed the Sabine thing. All you did was give it a laugh face, a laugh emoji. You never said anything to me about it. I actually told him that you posted 2 others for him to review. One was on Witsit, which I hope he starts playing in a minute. He starts playing in a minute. I want to hear this. Or you start playing, even, if you're available to do it.
And Rufy and the other one, I thought Rufy and David Weiss would catch him, right? Because maybe
I didn't know about that one. I didn't know what the other one was. I didn't know what the other one was. That sounds really good. Play one of them.
Oh, yeah, it's Rufy and David Weiss.
He was a plant anyway, wasn't he? That guy on 24/7.
Who, David Weiss?
No, that trigonometry guy.
Who knows? Hey, did they do that Dunning-Kruger study?
He was rolled in.
Did they do the Dunning-Kruger study? The one that she posted on Hanoi Jaron and Witsit and David Weiss? Was that the study participants?
I don't know. The mods rolled him in anyway. Are you going to go to the new 24/7 server then, do you think? I know
Say again?
Nathan likes to have a visit around. There's a new 24/7 server, Discord one.
We off on a different
new
topic
one.
already?
Well, you were talking about 24/7, so I just thought maybe you'd like to, you might be up to speed on the new 24/7
I was
Discord
talking
server.
about 24/7. When was I talking about 24/7?
Trigonometry guy a minute ago.
Well, that's not 24/7. That was in the politics server.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 24/7 politics, yeah.
Oh.
Well, there's a new server
And?
anyway. No, I thought you'd go there.
I can't
There's
go
a new
there.
24/7. I thought perhaps you like. No, it's not you, but Nathan might want to go. I thought he wanted some new venues. I thought you'd been told about the new 24/7 server. It's on the Islam channel.
Server in politics. What the hell are you talking about?
No, it's on another channel. It's on the Islam channel. There's an Islamic server. There's a 24/7 room there. Flat Earth 24/7. AJ set it up. I thought he'd have told you. Trying to bring more Muslims into the arena.
No.
Huh?
Have you been there, Neil?
It's a new one. I sent Neil the link, but I don't think he wanted to share it with you.
Oh, that's okay.
They want to bring more. Yeah, he wants to bring more Muslims in for the sort of diversity and inclusion, that kind of thing. 2024 and all that.
So he's a pioneer then.
Well, I don't know. I did speak to a Muslim. He said the Quran said the Earth was flat, but from what he said to me, it didn't really sound like that. But have a check it out. I'll stick a link in the chat, and then you'll.
Changed topics all of a sudden, right in the midstream. Okay.
Yeah, well,
good.
I know, but it was getting a bit slow. You carry on.
Slow. What was slow? That's what I thought.
Well, the old trigonometry thing with your triangle, you've got a triangle, but did you get the message, Neil, I sent you? Never mind. Yeah, well, I've been through the trigonometry thing with you just tonight anyway, but it's a triangle, a right-angled triangle, two angles and a length of one side, it's obvious. I'll drop it in the chat anyway. You better slip over there maybe and see what's going on.
The length of one side? That's what we're solving for. We haven't got any side lengths.
Yeah, we're the one to the GP, that one.
No, that's what we're given from celestial navigation.
5,400 is the maximum, is it? Yeah, where did the flat Earth measurements come from that made the globe then?
Can't we just stick with this point? Because I think it's a very cognizant point that you demonstrated. I think is part of the misunderstanding. There is no side lengths. You've got two angles. Do trigonometry.
Yeah. The adjacent.
45 degrees.
To the distance to the GP.
Degrees. So you know the other angle is 45 as well. To now solve for the side length using trigonometry.
Yeah, you got 2,700, haven't you? If it's 45 degrees, you've got 2,700 miles.
You've not solved that though using trigonometry, have you? Yeah,
you can with two sides and the length of one side. Yes, you can. Of course you can.
No, here's the well, you solve.
You can't solve a triangle with two angles and the length of one side.
Let me give you the question. No, that's the point. You haven't got the side length.
You have, because you provided it with the 60 miles per degree. You've already said that. So that's where you got the distance from.
Where have you got that? So you haven't done trigonometry then. You've not. No, so you've not done trigonometry to get your side length.
So trigonometry solves a triangle, and you've got two angles and the length of one side. So trigonometry would solve the triangle. So
let me ask you the question.
I know you're arguing about it. I'm just saying it is there, but even though you say it's meant to be another number.
Ask you the question then, if you know it.
I want to talk to you, Adam.
I know. I'm patient.
Okay, can I ask that the bear just backs off his mic a couple of inches because it's horrendously distorted because you're so close to it?
Elder bear, got a triangle, a right-angled triangle, and I know the elevation angle to the star I'm looking at is, let's go 60 degrees this time. Using trigonometry, please give me the side length, the adjacent length.
Yeah, you've already multiplied that by the 60 miles per degree. That's how you got the
I
length
didn't
of
say,
that
can you
side.
do celestial navigation? I said, using trigonometry, please solve for the adjacent.
I don't have to. I said you've got it with
No,
your
you can't,
figures. What about the
is
figures
the
that you've
answer.
got?
Not, I
It's
don't have to.
trigonometry.
That's a nonsense. It's a nonsensical response, Elder Bear. You said you
Well,
could do it.
this is
60
the
degrees is your
values that you're
elevation
given.
angle. So your co-angle is 90 degrees. I'll give
I'm
you
not
that. So
talking
you
about.
didn't have to work that out. And you've got your 90 degree and you're the bottom for your GP. Right. Given those three
I'm
angles
not
now,
talking about that.
please
I'm not
solve
talking
for the
about that.
adjacent using trigonometry.
No,
Yes, you were. And this is the
no.
point I want to,
I know I
I'm
wasn't.
going to keep
No, I wasn't.
labouring to
You
demonstrate that
can
you
labour all
can't.
day.
I know.
No, I didn't. I
I'm
was
going
talking
to.
about the three pieces of data that you provide.
Yep, the three angles.
All right. We're not talking about the ones the two you're now providing. The three that you
And you
provide in your
solve for the
celestial
adjacent
navigation.
using trigonometry, Elder Bear.
There's no point arguing with you. I'm not going to argue with it because you're just going to
I'm not
deny it
arguing,
anyway.
mate.
But
I'm
isn't
asking
it?
you to
I
demonstrate
said
your
the
claim. And you're demonstrating that actually you can't
two
solve
angles
using
and the length of one
trigonometry
side. You know that
if you
works. Yeah,
haven't
that's how
got
it works.
a side length. So I'll take that admission, even though it was weak and I've had to actually state it for you.
We're talking
But I
about
assume
your
unless
side
you're
length,
going
though.
to solve for that side length, that's an
You can
admission
rubbish.
of
Did you get
defeat,
that position fixed, though?
isn't it?
That's the other
You've
thing I was
lost, haven't you,
interested in.
Elder Bear? Didn't you? You lost
Elder
because
Bear's
you
lost.
No, I'm talking about the
you
three
cannot
pieces of
solve.
information.
You know, though, don't you, that you can't solve it with trigonometry. That you do
We're
know
talking
that,
about the
don't you?
three
Your
pieces of
maths
data.
knowledge
We're
is
not about
strong
that.
enough to know that you can't solve for a side
We're
length with
not.
just three angles. You do know that, don't you? Your maths
We're
is
not talking
sufficient
about
to
that. You
know
know that.
you cannot solve for a side length if all you've got is three angles. You know that, though, don't you,
What
Elder Bear?
sort of W do you think you got there, then?
Do you know that, Elder Bear, that you can't
What sort
solve for a
of
side length
is
if you've
that?
only got three angles? Do you know that, Elder Bear?
Three angles. Oh, we've got three angles now. You
Yes,
sure? We've
because
got
you can
three
work it. You've
angles.
already got one. That's the nut. Oh, you're a bit thick. So let's keep it away from too much and just keep the
Yeah, yeah.
question simple.
Sokotoa.
If I've got
Sokotoa.
three angles, can I solve for a side length?
We're talking about the two angles and the left side length
If
that you
I've
were
got
talking
three
about. That's all I was
angles,
talking
can I
about. I
solve
never
for a
made a
side length?
claim.
It's a very
I
simple
didn't
yes or
make a
no
claim for
answer.
that.
Very simple.
You
You think
can
someone of
do
your
that
intellect would
yourself.
be able to answer this instead of making themselves look a fool. So I'll ask you again.
No, well, I
I've
don't
got
think I'm a
three
fool. I
angles.
didn't
Can
say
I
that.
solve?
You said
Oh,
that.
look at you, triggered little monkey, aren't you? Hey, you've lost, haven't you? And it's killing
No,
you.
did you get your position
Because you're going
fixed?
to have to say it, aren't you? You have to say it. Or
Have to say
demonstrate
what?
how you can.
Have to say what?
That you
Adam,
cannot
that's just
solve
annihilating
for
you.
the side length if all you've got is three angles. It's a
I wasn't
nonsense.
talking about that. Talking about your two angles and your side. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, really?
No, we were
Yeah,
talking about
that's what
trigonometry
you were
and its
talking about
use
earlier.
to solve and what actually you're solving when you use an
You got it.
elevation angle to
You
attain
provided
a
it.
side length.
You provided that already,
Yeah,
so that's different.
I provided what,
Adam
Elder Bear?
just took.
Your map, Ryan. Your map.
Just saying, Adam, you just
What
took
was,
Go on,
his
Brian. You want to have
absolute.
a? I think
Yeah.
I'm done. I'm done with him, Brian, because
No,
like,
there's
he
not more to
can't even
do.
answer
I
a very
just
simple
commenting
question.
on it. Just commenting on
what
it.
was?
Adam took your straw man and turned it against you, and showed
Yep.
showed
Okay.
where not only were you
Okay.
uneducated, but also where you're dishonest, Elder Bear. So you don't have any. I don't see why you'd even
No, it
keep
wasn't.
talking. I just go on mute. If I were you, I'd go on mute at this stage because the shame would be unbelievable.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not ashamed. No, I'm not ashamed.
No, but you are a
What
deceiver
is
and a
the
liar,
original flat Earth
or
map,
and
Brian? No, you
mathematically
left me
inept,
now,
aren't you?
John.
Fundamentally, you
You've
know
left me
nothing
now,
about
John.
maths,
You've
and
given
you
up.
just
No,
demonstrated to the audience.
you know when you
You see,
said
we've
you've
won
given up
already,
on me.
Elder. You get it. I know you
Okay.
can keep talking over me. You can
All
try,
right.
but
Go on
we've
then.
won
Go on then.
because
Put a
we
mark.
have just
Lick your
demonstrated
finger.
to the audience how you know nothing about mathematics, even a simple concept about can you obtain a side length with three angles. You don't even know the answer to that. So the audience knows you're a numpty. My job's done here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
that was epic,
lick your
Adam.
finger, put a little
Really
one in the
smooth.
air,
And
and
it's a
then you
good
can
one.
jump around and have a dance. Anyway,
No, what it was, Elder Bear, is you
what's
came
the
in acting as if you
original?
were trying to have a conversation, but really what you were trying to do is have a little attack, a little dig, bring a little straw man argument. And Adam took your straw man argument and sent it back your direction. And you showed that you didn't have any understanding of what was actually going on. And then you don't even have the humility to admit that you didn't understand. Adam actually just educated you.
I was just letting you know about the new Discord.
Adam actually just educated you, and you're not even grateful enough to say thank you, Adam.
No, not. I wasn't interested in that. That's why.
Well, we're not interested really in you, Elder Bear, because you're a bit of an idiot. To be honest.
Fine. That's fine. You know your phase 1 map, Brian?
No, we're not talking about my phase 1 map. Well, what about it?
Well, just interested.
Let me. I bet you I'll do the same, Adam. Go on.
I don't know. I just wanted to just look at that.
Can't hear you. You're distorted because you're angry. You're close to your mic.
I'm not
Can't hear you. You're all distorted.
I'm sorry. I don't know where the mic is.
You're too angry. You're not close to your mic. You're getting angry near your mic.
I'm not angry. I can't hear myself, so I don't know.
Oh, you are very angry. Not that
Why are you
I
here?
care about you at all. No, never mind that, Neil. Never mind that. Don't give him some. Don't give him.
I can go. I can go. That's fine.
Leave him go with what he's going with. Go on, Elder.
No, Neil wants me to go. I'll go. That's fine. Don't worry.
Neil, you just gave him a route out there.
Oh, really? That's gonna affect people's opinions on them.
Leave them off. Leave them speak, Neil. Like Adam just showed you. Leave them speak. Leave him come out with his nonsense.
I'm sorry, but I don't like audio chaos. I did not hear one thing Adam was saying. I know it was tearing apart, but I could not hear one thing with that little piece of crap talking right through every word. It gives me a freaking headache. That's why I left Discord, because Rumpus did the same thing. Why are you here? To cause chaos.
I was just letting you know about the Muslim server, Neil. I was letting you know about the Muslim server that
I thought you were going off. I thought you were going off, Elder Bear. I thought you were going off. You said you were going off, so how come you're not gone? Why don't you go off, like you said? Don't you do what you say?
Just answering Neil, Brian.
Is it that you say stuff and don't do it? You don't follow through on what you say. Is that what you do? You say, I'm just going down to the shop to get bread and milk. Then you don't go. You're that guy, are you?
I'm not getting any bread and milk. What are you talking about?
Or he's cooking.
Yeah, but you're that guy. You say you're going to do stuff, then you don't do it. Why are you still here? You said you were going off, but you didn't go off. Why are you still here? Why don't you just go off like you said you were going to go?
Jolly good.
Yeah, he brought this on himself. The way he comes in with his little trying to get you, he brought this treatment on himself. You would have came in honest, like a person who wanted to come to an understanding. No. So now you're getting treated accordingly. I'm sorry.
See, Nathan, I want to apologize. I was wrong, and it was really dumb, actually. Sorry, I went the direction I went. Johnny said 180 the other day, and penny finally dropped. I apologize.
Well, you apologizing for?
Till next week. Till next week, right?
I'm totally confused. Stop,
whatever,
Neil. Neil.
Apologizing that Earth is measured flat. When you get the 180, that's for sure a measurement. Sorry. I was thinking strictly as like how it would be done in a shop, but the angle is the measurement. So
you'd have to. You sound like you've got like that quiver of really, you'd have to be in the slightest bit of apologetics. In fact, we welcomed every single rendition of 17 times that we went through it, I think, gladly. So you've got nothing to apologize for.
I feel really dumb, but I wanted to do it. Yeah, I'm kind of nervous. I don't like being wrong.
You don't need to be. Don't be.
All right. Sorry about that, Nathan, for sure.
Dude, that's called integrity, and that only gets you credit here. Respect to you.
Yeah, I was wrong.
For having the nuts.
Johnny said 180, and
to you for having the nuts to say it.
And no big deal.
Thanks,
I'm glad that you argued.
All right, thanks. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm gonna go mute.
Okay.
Sorry, Neil.
Okay,
nothing personal, buddy.
Mark this day. Hold on. Everybody mark this day.
the day Lumpy said measured flat. Okay.
It's measured
because
flat.
next week I'm going to catch his ass in chat, talking some more nonsense. I'm going to have to deal with it then. Mark this freaking day.
Neil, what are you doing?
Oh, okay. But
we
Neil,
debate this stuff all day, right? We had the most vehement of debate about the moon and its orbital trajectory. It got really heated. Following day, I'll give a toss, Neil. That's how it should be for everyone. There's no, as long as it's on topic, you can get as heated as you like. As long as you don't get deeply personal while you're getting heated. Who cares? Lumpy was absolutely on topic. More power to him.
Yeah, Neil, I'm going to mark this day as the day he had the nuts to come and say. Now, if there's another day where he backtracks, I'll deal with it that day. But today, he's turned up. He gave us. Let me finish, Trigger Bunny.
This was the third time. This is the first time.
So he's done it 3 times and he's in a mess. But look, every time he does, what does he do? He demonstrates to more people. And more importantly, today, actually, I've not heard that one said before. I quite like that. From horizon to horizon, in opposite directions, is 180 degrees. That is a measurement. That's very correct, isn't it? I like it. What he says next week's fine. I'll deal with that. But today, he's agreeing with us.
Yeah, Neil, you have to take on board. We just had 1 second, Neil. We just had Elderberry being the completely opposite person. Okay, let's just say next week. Lumpy has a change of heart, or he says something opposing. Fine, we'll deal with that then. But right now, he's after coming in and showing integrity, the very thing that Elderberry has none of. I think that's important. Lumpy gets all the respect. Elderberry gets 0 because he has 0 integrity.
Plus, it was really, yeah. Regardless of his humility, and I applaud you for it too, Lumpy. Just so that's on the table. There was a worthy ambiguity in the discussion that Lumpy was putting forward that was worth us all comprehending, and by debating it, we all gain clarity. So, I'm not just saying, oh, no, I'm grateful of the debate because it kept my show going or something like that. No, I'm saying we all got better clarity as a result of people like Lumpy and indeed Elderbear when they challenge us on this stuff. That's how we get clarity, isn't it? That's what the show's all about, isn't
it? Yeah, lovely. Why didn't you take the bait in Master B when I gave you some bait for some review videos? Why didn't you do that?
Well, you're in bad books, Nathan, now.
That's my fault.
Nathan!
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay any attention.
No, I mean, sincerely, my kids distracted me. They were fighting with a pencil in their hand, so I said, no, don't do that. I might stab me. Anyway, what were you saying?
So last night, or yesterday, I was just screwing around. I hit Brian's video of Bruce Sabine, and I said, oh, no, he's going to review that video, and I want to do a treatment on it. So I said, shit, what can I do here? So I messaged you in Skype directly and gave you 2 videos to review. And my question to you was, why didn't you take that bait?
Brian did it.
I didn't see the messages you sent me.
I said Nathan at Nathan Oakley, and it was 2 videos. It was one between Witsit, Boy Zero, Sky Grifter, and a mathematical physicist, PhD, an abstract physicalist. And then I gave you another one with Dearth and Roofy. It's in a Master B.
What you're saying is I chucked a shed load of chaff at you. Why didn't you chase any of it? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
I didn't see the chaff. I'm really sorry. I did happen to glance at... Brian doesn't often message me. I'm not saying we're not friends or anything, but he is a bit of a prick and we don't often socialise outside of the show. I'm only joking. Anyway, I just happened to note that Brian had sent me a message and I'm like, oh yeah, there's a Sabine video, which is literally the amount of attention I gave it. I didn't even pay attention to the thumbnail or title. It was all a surprise today. And Brian's like, you've just noticed that in the thumbnail. I'm like, yeah, I literally just gave it like half a second attention. O'Brien's messaged me when I'm clicking through and clearing out all the messages so they don't say that there's alerts. So I'll have a quick glance because it might be urgent. But that was it.
Yeah, I sent him one at 9:30 last night. It's still not looked, John. Don't take it personally.
Oh,
Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for years. Who you speak? You're preaching to the choir.
Well, we could play one of the other videos now, couldn't we?
Nathan always answers
Some
me.
of it,
It's
anyway.
partially because I don't carry a phone around with me, right? I've got two. One that's garbage and old and doesn't work very well. The other that was given to me and is new and is garbage and doesn't work very well. But I don't carry them around. So I was watching one of the reports from Lewis Rossman, who I mentioned on the live show, and he's moaning that the carriers are selling all your movement data or location data, that's the one, to whoever's the highest bidder. You know, they said they wouldn't, they are. You know, what you're going to do about it is the sort of attitude. And I'm like, oh, right. So if you are carrying your phone around with you all the time, then they know where you are because they can track the location data on the phone. Well, number one, I knew that anyway. And number two, I don't care. No one knows where I am. I'm not carrying my phone around with me all day, every day, like most people. Because I hate the things, because people can contact you. And generally, when you're enjoying something, someone will get your attention. Yesterday, I spent most of the day with my kids in the paddling pool outside because it was a beautiful day here. And do you want the phone with you? I would definitely argue no. But obviously that leaves in its wake irritated people who are like, you didn't respond to my message.
What the hell's a paddling pool?
Oh my God, all this to a simple question. Why would you explain an inconsequential event and go on 5 minutes on this rant?
He's getting a Neil disease.
He doesn't want to say, no, I didn't look.
Now, did he private message you? I mean, personally message you, Brian?
Yes.
He just didn't put it in Skype, right? Or in Master B and put your name on it.
No, that was kind of my point. He privately messaged me, which is very unusual.
Oh, thanks a lot, Brian.
He did it to everyone. That's why I watched it this morning, because Brian's gone, watch this.
He was just trying to curry favoritism with me. That's all it was.
Several days ago with the same video, and he didn't watch it.
Yes, I did.
And if
watch
he did,
it.
he didn't tell me anything about it.
Yes, I did. I watched it. Well, listen, when something comes across my desk, I give it its due diligence.
Well, if you had told me that you didn't want it played on the show, I would have made sure it wasn't played on the show. I would have given Nathan one of the other videos, or told Nathan to hold off on the Sabine one. When I say I would have guaranteed, I couldn't stop Nathan if he wanted to play it. It's his show, but I'm saying.
What do you mean you couldn't stop me? You literally said.
You just said
you said, do you want to cover this Sabine video? And I went, yeah, right. That's how we covered it today. You suggested we covered it, and I covered it.
Hang on, there's a communication issue here, Nathan. QE didn't want you to play that show, right? To play the Sabine one because he wants to review it. QE, right, didn't tell me he didn't want you to do that. So when I came on the show today, I said you should play the Sabine thing, and I told you that QE had also sent a couple of other videos for you to review also. And I said, but the Sabine one is only 8 minutes, so you'll get through that within a live show. And I didn't know that QE didn't want me to say that, because QE never told me. So the problem comes back to QE's lack of communication with me.
I see.
No.
So it's kind of like a bit of a delayed choice thing going on. The decision had already been made by Brian, and the aftermath with the mirror, it didn't matter. It was going to be split. It was going to be diffraction all along. It had already been made, the decision, QE. There's nothing you could do.
I understand that, but I took into account that you blowing Brian off like you usually do. I factored that in, but then I seen the length of the video and I said, God, that's prime time Nathan, because it's a short video. And I said, I'll just gamble on it. I'll throw a couple pieces of chaff in his direction just to get him off the scent a little bit, and then we'll see where everything winds up. So I took a chance. I lost. Happens.
but for the fact Brian literally suggested we cover that specific video, I do actually vaguely remember him saying, and there's also others that you could waste brain energy considering. I remember him saying that too.
So do I.
It's funny the way QE is saying he took a chance, he lost, when a few minutes ago it was my fault.
It was, to his credit, an excellent video. We spent 2 minutes on an 8 minute video. 2 hours on an 8 minute video.
Yeah.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'm really looking forward to your review of it, your treatments. That's going to be really good.
I agree.
I think
I especially like the quantum eraser treatments where he's doing a treatment on someone I'm responding to. I love those.
Yeah, because you can hear yourself. I want to talk about the interview I heard the other day.
Why don't you put on one of those?
I was so proud at the end. Right, in the chat at the end of that, Neil, they used a fallacy. I can't remember which fallacy, but they politely said, the way we round up our show is to ask our guests to satisfy our fallacy. And QE did such a fine job. He subverted it with a semi-answer for about a minute and a half, and then pointed out that it is actually a fallacy. I thought it was such a diplomatic, whatever you want to say, word. The words.
That's what I want to get at. What is this, QE? You're answering fallacies now with why would they lie?
No, he didn't.
Hiding
He
the
didn't
creator?
entertain it. What are you talking about? I've just given him props for not entertaining it and pointing out the fallacy.
Yeah, everybody entertained it a little bit.
No, he did it in a subtle way. They didn't just slap him about the face with a big fat wet fish of their fallacy use. He subtly massaged into the wet fish and then gave it him.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
I thought it was outstanding.
So
I even said from the chat.
Our videos, Nathan.
I even said from the chat, will QE be polite and just not mention that this is a fallacy? And then I named the fallacy. I can't remember which one it was. And then about, like I say, 2 minutes elapsed. And then he did, not subtly, but just tell him outright it was a fallacy, but in a nice way that didn't just go straight for the jugular. It was just it was subtle. It was good. And he still got the point across. He still highlighted the fallacy. It was a tick. It was a list of ticks that I probably couldn't have got all of them. And he did. So I'm like, wow, this is a different kind of QE. You know, caring, empathetic. Just a different QE we don't normally see.
Listen what I'm saying. I want to understand what he means, hiding the creator, because 10th Man also says that. I want to know where he stands on that.
All I know is that, Neil, you're helping Nathan not press play on one of those other videos, the thing that he's trying to not do.
I also blame Neil.
Right, I need a little airtime. You hog it all up.
What's the question?
You said to the question, why would they lie, that they're hiding God?
Yeah. So, what was the second part of that? It was a conditional.
I understand all that, but I want to know where you stand.
No. The original question from Neil was, why are you answering their fallacious question, which was an appeal to consensus or something like that, with their
appeal of motivation.
There you go. It was an appeal to motive fallacy they used. You did point that out, but before you did, you appealed to God to answer their fallacy. I think that's what Neil's asking. Am I right?
Somewhat. I just want to know where he stands on that, because 10th Man feels the same thing.
Didn't I state where I stood on it?
Yeah, they're hiding God.
Oh, there you go. The hiding God, back to this again. Hiding God to who?
Hiding God to who? That if it isn't a segment, fraction, sentence fragment,
hiding
or what?
God, you rephrase. Hiding God from who? I said it, didn't I?
Maybe I missed that because I was too focused on. I can't believe Chewie said that.
I said it was the most important part of the previous premise. I even emphasized it. You want me to tell you?
Well, I could go back and listen, but I think it'd be easy if you just tell me.
Yeah, the main mission is to hide God from the cant Fogomir masses.
Oh, right. See, I wasn't even thinking that. I'm thinking the freaking intellectuals. Right. That makes sense.
Any other issues with it? I thought it was a nothing burger, but Nathan's gloating all over it. What impressed you so?
Because if you just left it at that, you'd have just satisfied the fallacy. But then, after you said that, in other words, you massaged the question into their format, gave them an answer, and then pointed out that it's fallacious to ask. So you satisfied every tick box.
Okay.
Was that Wixit's wife interviewing you?
Yes.
That had to be a while ago then.
It was before they were married.
Who's the other guy? KY or something.
Crypto. That's the guy I was talking about. You've talked to him. He's been on Politics server and talked to him before.
Okay.
I think last week.
Cool.
I think
Yeah,
he's
but you were
changed
having a
I think he's changed his handle recently, but that's crypto. Yeah.
you weren't having a debate. You were being interviewed, right? Because
Correct.
that changes the way you're going to answer anything. You know what I mean?
Correct. Yes.
There goes the John protector. John to John.
You say he's simping for me?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Oh, that's a fact. He kisses Nathan's ass, but he simps for you.
The beaters do this at the moment. It's something they do.
Nathan simps for John. John simps for QE.
Look, what you've got to realise, though, if anybody can snip out simp,
Sorry, can you all stop? Can we have one simp at a time arguing about how much you simp for each other? Go ahead.
Hold on, Brian's onto something here. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah.
Give us
Nathan
the flow
simps for
diagram,
John.
Brian.
What'd you say, QE?
Give us the flow diagram there, Brian.
They're going to rumpus the point, Brian. They're going to rumpus the point.
Nathan simps for refracted curvature. Refracted curvature simps for QE. I simp for Adam, right? Adam simps for Betty. Betty doesn't simp for anyone. And Neil, you simp for me sometimes.
That's it.
I simp for you this afternoon, Brian.
We all simp for Brian. We know he's very sensitive at the moment.
All I would say is, if anyone could sniff out a simp, it would probably be Neil. Being so qualified a simp as he is.
You're damn right I can. Takes a simp to know a simp.
Your point about the triangles was excellent, Adam. I just want to throw that out there before it gets lost. That was epic. That was
Eddie Bear.
Yeah.
Let's get back to
it's just like, come on, QE.
Let's get back to the interview. To hell with that, Adam. He's in Italy. Did you get arrested this time?
You'll never live that down.
I've got 2 days to go, so still hope, guys. Cross your fingers.
How's the weather there?
It's lovely. About 20. It's just cooled down a bit now because we're an hour ahead at 6 o'clock here, but about 25 degrees today. It was lovely.
Lovely.
Oh my God, you must be freezing.
Freezing to death. You better convert that to Fahrenheit quick.
Oh crap! Yeah, let me give it you in
90 or something.
New money.
About 80 something, I'd say, is it, Adam?
I took from the other day, mate. Honestly, what do you have to
20,
do? Double it and have
80.
15.
That's not 80 degrees Fahrenheit.
Double it and have 15.
90.
So what would that be? 25, 50, 65, 70, something like that. I don't know. 25 C in F. 77. There you go. I said 75.
I told you it wasn't 80, Brian.
I said it was 90.
Brian, you missed by 3 degrees. What's wrong with you?
I actually said 85 originally, so I was totally wrong.
Did you like my Alice, Bob, and Victor example with continuing on in that same vein?
The only bit I didn't like was Eddie Bear's scratchy mic. He's gone to that. I'm going to distort my mic and get right up close to it and turn it up as loud as it can go for whatever reason.
What the hell does Eddie Bear have to do
You're
with
talking
this?
about Adam, and Chewy's talking about his interview.
I'm talking about the sound quality.
Sound quality of what?
Eddie Bear's mic.
Not Eddie Bear. I asked you a question.
No
What
swearing.
did you like?
Oh, I'm gonna have to tick
Did
that
you
box
like
now.
Alice, Bob, and Victor?
So close.
The problem is they're USB headphones and they're pretty poor. So sorry about that.
That doesn't
Fair
mean
enough.
come in and talk.
That's
We can
my
talk
only
about
concern,
you, but
Eddie
that
Bear.
don't mean you talk.
Oh, Neil, chill out. That's really my only concern, Eddie Bear.
That's okay.
Yeah, but that's still
Brian might need.
said, though.
Can we get back to
Brian
Alice,
may
Bob,
need to
and
tweak his map if he beats the Muslims.
Can we get back to Alice, Bob, and Victor, please?
Your
What
Alice,
about
Bob,
that
and
video
Victor
you wanna
example's
pass me
great.
on?
Yes, wonderful.
Oh boy.
Nathan is doing his
What is
best
it
to not
about
press play
Alice,
on that
Bob, and
video.
Victor for the people that didn't watch the interview yet? What does Alice, Bob, and Victor mean, Huey?
It's his three-way looker, isn't it?
It's I knew that was coming.
Isn't that your three looks, your three views on a ball? Mogul Earth. It's Mogul Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, I've used them plenty of times in different venues, different genres. Yeah. But in this,
I haven't seen the interview, Huey, because I was too busy enjoying myself in Italy. So I haven't seen it, but I do know, yeah, Mogul Earth.
You've seen it before.
I will have done, I would have thought.
Go ahead, Brian.
They're all looking down a pit at each other. All three observers.
Oh,
Because
in
each
that
one of them are down to the other one. Yeah.
Yes, in that genre they were, and then the other genre it was Mogul Earth, and there was a few other genres. I only used Alice and Bob, not Victor. He wasn't in that. Remember that drawing I had? It was horrible.
Yeah, yeah. When you first came into it, 2016.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody listening to this is completely lost now unless they know the entire history of everything you've done.
Yeah, that made no sense. I award none of you any points.
I'm impressed that I knew what he was on about then, John, so I must know your entire back catalogue.
Yeah, you do.
I knew about it.
I knew about Mormon Earth too.
Will you press play on one of those videos, Nathan? Because you're doing some dancing around, not doing it.
We'll do that tomorrow. We'll do the other videos tomorrow.
We'll just stop it tomorrow. You don't even know if that's going to happen.
Brian, it's all fine for today because he can end, but he's not allowed to leave afterwards because we've got to chat. So we don't need to force another video in at 5.
Okay, fair enough.
At this point in the show, there's a couple of choices, right? I can let my kids in, at which point they're going to make a load of noise, which means I'll be very inactive. Yeah, I won't be able to hear what's going on or able to interact without screaming kids, right? Or I can round out the show.
Yeah, just round out. Leave in the kids. It's fine.
That's both answers, though, isn't it? Yeah, round out. Let in the kids. It's fine. That's both.
Well, I feel bad that the kids want to come in and because of us that they're not able to come in. So
I know they're coming in regardless of whether or not I want them to. That's my point. Yeah. About this sort of time, they're going to be coming in.
Oh, we like the helium. Get the plane. Love that. It was outstanding, by the way.
Get the plane.
It's the kids' giggles. That's just, yeah. Brilliantly funny.
I reckon I'll get another 20 minutes of quiet.
May I ask what I heard Edinburgh earlier? What was he trying to argue? I didn't even know he was here.
What was weird about that was we were literally 20 minutes before it, me and John saying where you take someone to it. And then he brought it up.
Oh, I left to get some breakfast. You mean he went down that rabbit hole after I explained?
I ended up asking him. I said, "You've got 2 angles. You can solve for the third. Yeah. With your elevation angle, right? Now give me the length of the adjacent. Your elevation angle is 60 degrees. Therefore, your co-angle's 30, and you've got your 90. What's the length of the adjacent? Please solve using trigonometry."
Yep. Yeah, it's a nonsense.
It's nonsense because it's celestial navigation, not trig.
Yeah.
He wanted part of it, and he got it.
It's a malformed question. It's utter nonsense. So he tried to answer it.
He tried to claim it was doable.
Well, it contextually only requires to be doable in a globe Earth strawman where they tell us they need height. That's the only scenario, right?
No, and trig is nonsense.
Figures.
It's an absolute
nonsense. I called it. I called it because I triggered him. I've called it. I called it right. He's just piped up to agree with me.
We will, but it is a nonsense that demonstrates you know nothing about mathematics.
Yep.
Now, the way in which he tried to answer the question was to invoke celestial navigation to solve for it. But that's not what the question was and what his claim was.
Exactly.
Yeah, you must invoke celestial navigation and the process that has to be used to get the first length to determine any other lengths. So that destroys the claim of trigonometry. It's so obvious, Adam, but you just, I have to admit that it's such an obvious one. Look straight past it.
But nobody's claiming it. The only people who are claiming it is by straw man.
But it's a straw man that's used against us, Nathan.
Yeah.
And Adam just destroyed it there.
I was making coffee at the time. I'll have to go back and listen, Adam.
Oh, and he missed it. Yeah, what led up to that was Neil asking. Remember, I told you it was about a week and a half ago, and I got you had the trigonometry guy on the politics server, and his name was Trig. And remember, he wanted. Remember?
Yeah. And I was like, how did you know? How did you know that he wouldn't know how to do this calculation?
Yeah.
That's why,
that was the answer.
Because he'd have to be appealing to the celestial navigation process to minus from 90 and times by 60 to get any of the distance measurements to be able to start inferring that you can calculate out any of these meromeasurements. I still don't follow how you knew you didn't know that.
No, because most fundamentally, through mathematics, you know through the most basic GCSE level that you can't solve for a side length if you've only got 3 angles.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yes, I was taking the trigonometry angle, right? He's got 2 obstacles to overcome. The first one he can't overcome that Adam just stated, because you can't do it in trig. Number one, and if he could bypass that somehow and then get to the opposite length, then that length would have to equal 433 light years. So I knew it's not just him. It's anyone that wants to go down that trail. You just take them down there, right to the wood chipper, right where they want to go.
Right. No. So this right. So I get that point. Yeah, I know. I get
maybe
that
for you,
point,
QE, but let's just hear Adam anyway.
This is a different point. Understanding, right? To get that point, it's hilarious. It's an in joke. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got one side length of 2,500 miles. You've got a 90 degree, a 60 degree, a 30 degree, and 433 million light years. You don't know maths.
433 light years, but he would never get to that point because you can't. It's a nonsense, like Adam said. I knew that. It wasn't a specific thing against the trig guy. It was anyone who wants to go down that path. So I just take them down there. No sense.
Where are they going to get
so after that,
from to begin with?
And then after that enters Elder Bear.
Yeah, Adam just completely destroyed that straw man today. I mean, I've argued that straw man, and I've argued that there's no triangle, and I've gone through all the processes, but Adam just destroyed it with just the most basic of high school trigonometry. Yeah, it's so obvious. Yeah, here's your 3 angles, right? What's your side lengths?
What's the side length?
Yeah, I can't do my trigonometry that I'm trying to straw man you with. It's over. Well done, Adam. Very good.
I'd like to take at least some credit for that.
Oh, you have credit. I'm not saying you don't have credit. It's just that what you're doing is you're allowing them to get the first side length, which would be the adjacent, and then they must, because they're a globe, claim 433 light years, which doesn't fit the trigonometry. You know what I mean? Yeah, I understand, but it's actually a slightly separate thing from what Adam is doing.
Yeah. It's not slightly separate. I said there's 2 obstacles, and the first one they won't be able to overcome. But if they
that's true. That's true.
Yeah, that's the first obstacle. It's you can't overcome that one.
No, that was what I was saying was the irony of it. We just ran through it, me and QE, yeah? Then he's gone off for his breakfast and Elder Bear's come in to just give a worked example.
In comes Elder Bear.
Technically, if you go back about 18 months to 2 years ago, I have videos that I brought out on the whole claim of heliocentrism with distances, their distances brought into trigonometry, and how it would work. And so technically, it all started with me.
All right, fair enough.
Is anybody surprised that they wouldn't get 3 angles if they can't understand 1 angle?
A lot of people, a lot of those trig experts out there can't figure out that they can get all the angles of a right angle triangle once they take 1 elevation angle. That's the level that we're at, or they're at.
Hey, why are you arguing it against them? Go on, John, sorry.
So
I'm
that
saying
then demonstrates
fundamentally they don't. I'm just saying fundamentally they don't understand what a single angle is. They're never going to make it to 3 and how they interact.
Well, I've told them, a guy asked me recently, so you're saying there's 3 angles in an elevation angle? I said, yeah, because it's a right angle triangle. And he thought I was being stupid. And I said, no. I said, that's what it is. And how I normally argue with him is I bring him to celestial navigation. I say, so are you saying that there isn't a zenith from the celestial GP up to the celestial? Because that would be the opposite. Are you saying that they don't rock the sextant? That you're denying the rocking of the sextant takes place? Because that's how they establish. That's how they establish the vertical, the opposite. That's if you look into it. That's what I show it on one of my videos. 10 gave me all the details, all the needed references, citations. That's how they establish that. So they have to deny that zenith exists, which they do actually, because that the zenith. They do deny it. But they're denying that zenith exists, but they're also denying the rocking of the sextant and the purpose of rocking it. The whole purpose of rocking it is that what you get is that let's say the sun or whatever just kisses exactly right out in front of you, which the horizon. That's the whole point of rocking it, to create that opposite. You're not going to use the opposite for trigonometry, but that's the whole point of it. It's being created via that process. And the fact that there is a zenith at the GP of the celestial and a zenith at your GP. But they're denying the zenith at the GP. So that's a wire. But Adam's way, Adam just and I know it's born out of what QE did. I'm not taking that away. It's born out of that. But what Adam did was very good. He just showed that it destroys our
I'm
strawman.
getting a feeling, Brian, that you like what I did this afternoon.
I really like it. It's so simple. It's like, why didn't I'm jealous, Adam. Why didn't I think of that?
Well, I just gave Adam. I went to get breakfast. I left him a hanging watermelon-sized curveball, and Adam took it.
I come back at the very end of it.
I got Elder Bear to start talking.
Oh, okay. All credit.
Let's go in, Neil.
You want to
Nathan
take
gives me
credit for that?
£10 every time you mention my name. Ka-ching.
You just want to be part of the group, I know, but you came in like a meathead.
Did somebody just as a feeble ad-hom just say
I
I'm a
didn't. You
paid
just
shell?
twisted it all. I was talking about your
You just
figures,
admit you're
not
a
the one
paid
you.
shell.
I'm not paid by
You're not
anybody.
saying my name.
Well, I probably earn a bit more money
not
than
gonna get it
Nathan,
out,
but
Adam.
that's the truth.
You're not going to get it out, Adam.
No, I don't need to. I don't need to, QE, because he just said it. Yeah, he just said
Brian,
it.
on your
I'm a
flat
paid
Earth
shell.
map, his
I'm a
GM
paid
is
shell. The reason you're doing this, you've just
0
admitted
degrees at Greenwich.
being an equal is for us to mention your name. So you've just admitted the absolute
give a
human
shit. I don't
detritus that
care.
you are. Oh, no
You're
swearing.
just using the
No
wrong
swearing.
words out of the dictionary.
Human detritus.
Anyway, I'm not
You
bothered
see,
about you,
a little
Adam.
bit of intellect, you can say
no
the
one.
same thing, can't you? But way beyond your level, Elder Bear, isn't it?
Yeah. Commensurate.
See how
Say
I said the
commensurate
same
again.
thing,
Go on.
but didn't use the F word.
Say commensurate
Got the
for
point
me. Go
across.
on.
A low-life
Come
piece
on.
of human
Say
detritus you
commensurate.
are. You've just
Or say
admitted
yeah. Say
you're
yeah
a
a lot.
paid
Yeah.
shill. Shilling for the
Paid. I don't
ball.
get
And
paid.
every time somebody
I don't get
mentions your
paid, yeah.
name, I'm not in pain. I'm laying out a statement that's going to mean nobody will talk to you ever.
Yeah.
You've just admitted you're a paid shill.
Yeah.
Boys, stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, he's cutting you off, Adam.
And this
Go
chump
ahead,
turns
Adam.
up. Come, I'm done with him now. He can cut me off. He can try. What I'm saying, guys, he's just admitted he's a paid shill. So I suggest to all Fed, anyone else who deal with this guy, he's getting paid to be the liar and deceiver that he is. Don't give him an income.
You just gave the okay for Goldbucket to pick him up.
I only came to tell you about the new 24/7 server. That's all I came to tell you about.
Interesting
Brian,
talking to
Matt, Brian.
and mentioning a piece of human detritus. In fact, that's what you should be
What's
called
that?
now, isn't it? Human
Detritus.
detritus. Instead of the name that will get you paid. Human detritus.
Detritus.
Yeah?
Spell that for me.
Seriously, guys, we should genuinely object to talking to this guy. He gets paid for it. He's just admitted it.
Detritus.
Are you being serious about that? You're not just egging him on?
Yeah.
No, I'm seriously talking to the panel now. I'm not interested in him. He's just admitted it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to earn him more money? I ain't. I ain't earning another penny. He's done. Just from his admission. I've been getting toasted this afternoon by me, showing his complete lack of mathematical knowledge, that he can't even figure out basics of triangles. I know he's got
Hold on,
talk,
Adam. He's asking what his
but
admission
nobody's
is of
talking
you.
to him.
Hold on. He's asking you what his admission was according
Sorry,
to
Nathan,
you.
what was that?
He's asking you what
He
his
just said,
admission
you
was
say my
according
name,
to
I'm
you.
getting paid for it. Every time you say my name, cha-ching, he said. Can you tell me what that
It went
means?
in there. I said, Nathan pays me £10 every time you mention my name. It was a joke. You don't have to go off on some little crazy, journey.
It wasn't even relevant.
Getting all
How was that?
upset
How was
and
that? Is that what you've turned it into? Is that what you've tried to... Nathan pays you, does he, every time we mention your name? Really?
Yeah, there was
so
a
you're just a
reason
straight
why.
liar then? So you're just a straight liar? Yeah? You're a nobody.
Desperate
for attention.
Well, that is just a straight
I
lie,
think
though,
it's
isn't
more,
it?
more telling that he does this without
Hold on,
getting
hold on, just
lie.
a second. Just stop a second. He's levelled
Did
that
you-
at you
did
as a
you put it
lie.
down
I
for
can confirm I
VAT,
don't
though?
pay you a fee. So Adam's levelling that as a straight up lie and you're just laughing.
It's a joke,
Because
but
he's just been
he had
brought
to
out,
get
and he's had to
serious.
lie again
and say
to cover up the
That's not a
truth.
joke.
commensurate.
Hold on, that's not a joke,
You
Elder
serious?
Bear.
He's done.
Have a listen back and
He's
see how
done.
ridiculous it is.
So you're
Just have
just
a
a
listen
straight
back
liar
and see how
then?
ridiculous
Is that
you are.
your point,
No,
you piece
no,
of
I'm just joking.
human
It was a joke.
No. You say joke, but it's just a lie.
Detritus, you mean?
Just a lie, though,
Detritus,
isn't it?
you mean?
It's just a
Not
lie.
detritus. Sorry.
Okay, so
It's a joke.
Detritus, Detroitus,
He got
Detritus, if you
serious
wish.
about it because he has
Is that
to.
what you're
Because
on?
you train people to attack anybody who speaks.
You're a liar.
So that's why they have
You've
to
just
reel
proved you're
in
a
these
liar,
puppets for you to play with on
You've just
24/7.
proven
Like
what a liar you are.
trigonometry guy. The
Why
trigonometry
wouldn't
guy,
you
now
listen
he
to
was a
anything you've
plant.
just said? Can you
Well, I'm
qualify
just
whether
telling
the
you what's
things
going
you're
on.
about to say are a joke which won't be funny, or whether it's the truth? Because you've just admitted
Is
you're
that
a liar.
Hold on, is that a joke
Is it?
too?
Hold up,
That
before
Nathan trains people? That's nice.
just
So is
don't
that a joke too?
respond to it, Neil. Neil, don't respond to the idiot. Yeah, the Elder Bear needs to now start any
But he
statement then by
gets over
saying
the
this
other
is a
server.
joke or I'm about to lie, because we don't know, mate. What's the point in having any conversation, interaction with you?
Agreed.
It's pointless.
It's
It has no
commensurate of my observations,
purpose,
Adam.
does it?
Commensurate of my observation, go chap.
It has no purpose, does it? Because whatever you say, a lie or a
Is Greenwich
joke,
Mean
and therefore,
Time
not
0 on
actually,
your map,
you won't be
Brian?
held to what you've just said. You'll just move on and change things. So I vote for absolutely no point in engaging with this guy. He's just demonstrated what a liar he is.
To try and get some content. Yeah, that's all you've done. Just made something out of nothing.
fair enough.
You don't get the
You've got
hint.
to
No,
attack.
I haven't, mate. I genuinely,
Yes,
I'd sooner never hear your voice again. Genuinely.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. That's happening. Don't worry.
I don't
worry.
Content. You have no content
You don't have
other
to
than
speak to me,
demonstrating you don't know anything about
That's not my
mathematics.
content.
That's the
It's
content
content for Nathan or
brought.
something.
So you've just brought the content of showing
You're
what an
trying to
idiot
find the
you are, how
content.
dumb you are, how little you actually know.
Well, I don't really
Maybe
feel
that
that.
is
I
useful.
don't
Maybe you
feel
do
that.
have. Actually, no, I'm going to have to take it back, Elder Bear.
Yeah,
I'm going to have to take
you
it back.
are.
You
are.
demonstrate
Yes.
your lack of mathematical knowledge was very useful for the show. I take it back.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't even answering that question. I was talking about the ones that the data
No,
that
because
you
you can't
produce.
answer the question, and that's how stupid you are. You didn't recognise you can't answer it. That's the point. That's why everybody was laughing
claim
at
anything.
you.
I didn't make that
Do you
claim.
understand?
No, I didn't claim
Because
that.
you were that. No, but anybody with half an intellect would have pointed that out and moved forward. You didn't know the answer. You were racking your head. Google search and see how to solve it. So yes,
I told you it wasn't my claim. That wasn't what I was
I take it all back.
asking about.
Your idiocy and lack
yeah.
of knowledge is very useful to the show.
Take a measure at once.
The fact you're an unfunny joke teller and a liar to boot isn't useful to the show.
Yeah, well. Oh dear, Adam. Never mind. Brian.
Never mind what? You're a liar.
Is Greenwich
do
Mean
mind
Time
you're a
still
liar.
at 0 on your
I
map? I'm just
genuinely
interested.
do mind.
It's not
Can you hear in my
gotcha.
voice how much I mind? I don't like spending my day with liars.
Away and have a drink or something. Calm down.
You chose the, hold on, Elder Bear, you chose this path.
Chose what? What path?
I said a few weeks ago that I was don't have nothing to do with
The
Elder Bear
treatment
because
you're
he's a liar.
getting, you chose to get this treatment.
Brian. No, it's not a gotcha, Brian. I'm just interested. Is on your map,
No,
is
not
Greenwich
gotcha.
Mean
Just a
Time
fact.
still,
I said it
still
some weeks
at
ago and
Greenwich?
having nothing to do with you because you're a liar. I don't know how you're still on. I don't
Is
know
it
how
still
you're
at
allowed to be
Greenwich?
still on that server. I mean, if it was my server, if I run it, you'd be gone because you're a liar.
That's because you don't want to answer questions
that.
about something. You just want to make out I'm a liar. I was just asking you about
You are.
that.
You said I paid you.
Liar.
You are.
Yeah, I'm not making it out. You were proven lies.
You
You proved
admitted
yourself to be a liar some weeks ago.
Literally only,
You
what, 5
but I
minutes
didn't,
ago?
you know, but
We
you just
established
want
that. You said it was a joke. I mean, that's
Well,
what you said
shall we
after the
deal
fact.
with your issue?
Okay, you could rumpus me pointing out that we've just, like, literally tied down your lie. I know you justified your lie as being a joke that no one laughed at, but it was categorically a lie. I don't pay you. That was a lie. Ed Bear, you are a liar.
Shall we deal with your lies then?
No, we're dealing with yours.
No, we're dealing
I
with
said it
your
was a
freaking
joke.
lies. Why would you
And
say that?
Adam
Deflection.
couldn't
He
take
needs
a
to
joke and
deflect
he
away
got
from the
serious.
embarrassing lies he tells.
No,
But
I
he
don't.
says are
I'm not
jokes.
embarrassed about it. Well, you
No,
pay
no,
me
you've got
£12.
you've got no shame.
That's true.
No, that's the thing
Plus
with liars.
VAT.
You see, that's the thing, Ed Bear.
Yeah.
So you admit the
That's the
lying
thing.
there.
You've got no
Better
shame.
admittance of lying.
Yeah,
So
you're not embarrassed about the lies you tell. That's the main problem that Adam finds objectionable. I feel he doesn't want to interact with you because you've got no shame. You don't care when you tell a lie. You'll just justify it as a joke. So as an interaction with you guys, we don't know if you're lying, joking. We don't know how to interact with people like that. And Adam finds that objectionable. I understand why.
Yeah, I learned it from you. You taught me that.
No, I didn't.
You see?
That's another lie.
What a lie.
Another lie.
You know when you kill
What a
little cunts
sympathetic
all the
little
time,
man.
that one.
You know, we just mentioned when who was it?
That's a training.
Lumpy Gas came on, and the fact I said, no, Neil, when a man has got the nuts to stand up and be honest with you, you've got to respect that, yeah. And I did, yeah, and I paid kudos to it. This is the exact opposite, yeah. This is a waste of our time, yeah. This bit, yeah. If you want to come on and demonstrate how you know nothing about mathematics, yeah, then I suppose that might have a use. But these kind of interactions, yeah, what?
Yeah, you blew your
What do you
shot.
want
You'll
out
never
of
be
it,
part of
dude?
the inner
Other than
circle.
us just to go ban him, will you please? You understand where you're at, Elder Bear, yeah? The panel's sick of you. There is no benefit to interacting with you if these are your standards. Not that you can have a different opinion, like Lumpy Gas, yeah? And just have
Lumpy's
it and argue
scared.
it.
You're
He
scared.
wasn't
You're
lying
scared,
there.
Lumpy.
And he's then considered it
He's
and come
scared.
back, and he's had the nuts as a man to say, you know what? He said back a bit like you. It'd be like you coming back next week and going, you know what? I've got 3 angles in a triangle. I can't automatically solve any side length. You were right, Adam. Yeah, my mathematical knowledge was shameful there. I should have just answered. Or admitted I did know and I was lying. I'm not sure which it is, dude.
Yeah. I think I'd be more ashamed about the way you treated Lumpy, Adam. That's what you need to.
Who cares?
Would you? Would you turn it round to me instead of looking at yourself? Instead of addressing the point that was put here? Is that what you do? You know why?
Yeah, you use
You know
that
why?
psycho
You're
Christian
arrogant.
shit on him to scare him. Yeah.
Okay.
What about Nathan then? What about your allegations, Nathan?
What he now needs to do is project out and
That's a good
flap.
demonstration, Nathan.
Yeah,
How
that you
this
made to
gentleman
people.
has no idea about civil intercourse. He's no idea how a man should talk to another man and have it, and that conversation to have value. What standards he needs to have to interact with us, and him demonstrating consistently he's a liar and a deceiver is why we're raising objections to you now, dude. Before we ask the server to kick you out whenever the show's on, because you're just a waste of time liar who knows shit all about maths.
So, did he just answer you in that he doesn't know anything about math, or he was lying? Which position was it? That he didn't know?
I know that you all treat people really badly. That's what I know.
We're talking about.
I know you make allegations about people
We're
that
talking
aren't
about
true.
angles and distances.
All right.
We're talking about
Particularly
angles
you,
and
Nathan.
distances. I mean, we were talking about
You
the
have
lies you
three-
told earlier,
Yeah,
but you wanted to subvert the lie subject by just projecting the lie you told
No, just
onto
talking
us
about
and
you.
discussing lies that haven't
right.
just
You
happened
set
5
the
minutes ago.
rules.
Now I'm being rumpused. Now we're onto a different subject. But you seem to be persisting in what? Besmirching
Well,
us?
when you treat me like the way you do.
It's still about treatment. We're on to the discussion of the angles and the measurements you can't get of the distances with just the angles. And when we were talking about the lies you told earlier, you didn't want to know. You wanted to just change it onto the lies we'd told rather than discuss the lies you'd told.
You've got some kind of debate going on. Ridiculous. All you can do is shout at videos. That's all you got.
All you can do is rumpus the top of us, pointing out that when we try and discuss the subject of your lies, you just turn it on to someone else. What, past tense stuff that hasn't happened in the last 5 minutes. And then we go, okay, well, let's not talk about lies then, because you can't cope with us talking about your lies. You just want to say they're jokes. So let's take it back onto the subject of the measurements of the distances you can't get with just angles. And you can't let go what the lies that happened in the last 5 minutes. No, you won't discuss those. So it's only subversion of your lies onto us or nothing, right? That's all you can do, correct?
No, not my lies. They're yours.
Well, let's talk about the angles and the distances you get from them then.
Let's talk about your allegations towards.
So it's just going to be a besmirching of us and not a discussion that's on topic. You can't cope with that. Now, when we tried to talk about your lies, you didn't want to know, but you're happy to talk about that which you say we've lied about. So you're just a scumbag. You can't take responsibility for any of your own actions, the lies you've told in the last 10 minutes. And when we say, okay, well, we won't talk about the lies you've told in the last 10 minutes because you can't cope with that, we'll talk about the subject. No, only your lies that haven't happened in the last 10 minutes. That's all you're willing to talk about. So you've completely lost all debate that you now say isn't happening. So because you've completely lost, you're just going to say it's not a debate now. That's your next tactic, right?
I don't have to care about
But he needs to. Edebar, do you understand that it's okay not to know something? And that's a lot different than lying about something. Just admit you don't know.
About?
And then you don't seem like
I
you're
wasn't talking.
lying.
I was
You
talking
just didn't
about
know.
your figures, not what you were trying to twist it to try and make out that I was making a claim. I wasn't making a claim.
Nobody's trying to twist anything. You twist enough yourself.
Shut up, Neil. Your two angles and your distance to the GP. That's what I was talking about, not the one.
You don't have the right to tell me to shut up, you piece of shit.
Hang on a second now, Edebar. Who are you telling? You're a nobody here. You're a nobody here who's a proven liar over and over again. You have zero say here. No one has any respect for you. Anything you have to say means nothing.
You're talking to me, Brian.
You have no
You're
knowledge
talking.
to impart. You have no knowledge to impart to anyone. You don't tell anyone here to shut up. You're a nobody and a nothing. You understand?
Degrees from
You're
London,
a nothing on this. You're a nothing on this show. A nothing. You just keep coming in here when you should just go away. Nobody likes you. Nobody wants to talk to you because you don't have any humility. I don't care if you agree or disagree with me. It's about your humility. You don't have any of that. You told Neil to shut up there because Neil obviously said something that annoyed you. Who are you to tell everyone to shut up
Brian.
here?
You started calling me a liar.
You're a nobody.
You started calling me a liar. You started.
You are. We've just proved it in the last.
You're a nobody here.
No,
you are a liar.
Hold on, Brian. You are a liar. In this last 15 minutes, you've told my audience and the panel that I pay you. When we pointed out that's not true, aka something you told that's not true, now you're rumpusing me. See, what you are is a disingenuous scumbag liar, and when we point out your lies, all you can do is subvert them onto what you claim we're lying about. When I say, no, we're not going to do that, we'll discuss your lies, You go, no. No, only the lies that haven't happened in the last 15 minutes that I told. Okay, well, let's not talk about lies. Let's talk about the angles. No, you don't want to do that either, do you? So you're disingenuous.
Right. Yeah, I just want to understand, or at least try to, if this is done in ignorance, Bear, and that's the only way I can defend it, is that you didn't know. And I just want you
Why are you
to
trying
say
to defend
that
him?
you didn't know. Because I don't want to think harshly of anyone.
No, let
If he
John make
doesn't
his
know,
point.
he
It's
doesn't know.
very valid. Let him make it. Start again, John.
You
There's
silly
nothing
boys.
wrong with not knowing
The audience are
that
going to
you
listen to
can't
this.
get a
They'll know this is
sideline
just
from an
bullshit. You know that, don't you?
He's going to rumpus you, mate, because he knows you're about to turk him. Do it.
Well, there's nothing wrong with not knowing that you can't get a side length from only 3 angles. If you didn't know that, all you have to do is say it, and then you're not a liar. You didn't know it, and you got self-conscious about it. I understand, and I'm sure they would too. But if you're
Take
trying to
humility.
lie, well, hold on. But you're either lying at this point. You're either lying about your own ignorance, or you're just lying about everything. It's okay not
I
to know,
told you,
man.
I wasn't talking about that. I didn't lie about it, about whether I knew it or not. I said I wasn't addressing that. It wasn't my claim. You made it. I said, I'm not talking about those angles. I'm talking about your 2 angles and the length of one side. That's what I
another
said.
lie. That's another lie, because the reason I stepped in and I said that's a really pertinent point. I didn't know it was you, to be fair. I thought it was just somebody who wasn't sure. So I thought it was a great point to address, to show up that misnomer, that misconception that people have of whether they think they're doing trigonometry here, and how ridiculous it is to think you can do trigonometry here, given that all you've got is angles, and you can't use trigonometry to attain a side length if all you've got is angles. That was the knowledge I was testing. That was the knowledge you demonstrated you didn't know. Yeah, that's what you came in with, dude. That's why I interjected. So that's
You're
lie
wrong,
you
Adam.
just made now. And we can
Sorry.
rewind the
You're
tape
wrong.
and demonstrate
You can
the
what? I
point
don't care whether
that
you
you were
rewind
coming in
it.
on
I've got
that,
nothing to
and
worry
that once
about.
again
You
you're
know.
a liar.
That's exactly how it happened, Adam. Exactly.
I just need to point out he was a lawyer
That's a
a long time
shame.
before today. I just need to point
Yeah,
that
I'm
out.
going
He's
to have something to eat.
shown to be a
You
proven
care
lawyer
amongst
several months
Yeah,
yourself.
Brian can
ago,
do it too, you see,
or
Edabear.
Tuesdays ago, proving.
Edabear can try and take it back to years gone by and past experiences with liars. We've got those too with you, Edabear. Yeah, that's what Brian's doing. The trick you tried, yeah, you're trying to rumpus that you were trying to do minutes earlier because you lied in the last 15 minutes.
Well, it's
Just
very
deal with the
rare that
allegations of paedophilia you made
deal with
against somebody,
somebody
then.
Right, why are
that
you
can
now
show.
talking about paedophilia? It was we got Muslims, the C word, and now paedophilia. Is this what? Throw out everything you've got in your arsenal? Is that what this is, Edabear? How sad. I mean, anybody with half a brain who's watching you do this knows what a pathetic, scummy attempt at what you're doing is. Everybody with half a brain knows what you're doing is completely scumbaggery now. You're right.
Yeah.
You realise
No
that, right?
debate. No debate. Nobody's.
No debate. You just brought up the subject of paedophilia. That's what you just did. Just remove this total asshole from our server. So when you lose and are proven to be a liar, you'll bring up paedophilia on my show, will you, Edabear? I don't want you here anymore.
The allegations.
No, thank you.
You made the allegation.
No, thank you. No, that's not what we discussed here. It's not a paedophilia debate. But you want to make it into that when you get proven to be a liar. What a total scumbag.
Yeah, and I want to be under the belief that he's doing this because he just didn't comprehend the points that were made. You know, that's what I want to believe. But right now, he's not allowing me to even argue for him on that position because he's still lying. Even if that's true now. And I really don't like to just flat out call anybody a liar. That's what you're forcing me to do that. And I don't want to. All you had to do was admit you didn't know, but you won't do that.
Hello?
Yeah, he's been server muted the moment he brought up the C word. I gave him 3 strikes. I didn't tell him he was getting mentally 3 strikes from me while he was doing it. Yeah?
Yeah, he like bringing up what he just brought up is like so low, such a low life thing to do.
It was his third
He should
attempt.
never be allowed back on here
He
again.
did it with 2 other subjects.
Hello,
Yeah,
can
I
I
know,
say
but
something,
the last
please?
one was really...
From just to say on that, well done, Nathan. There's 2 sets of people. There's Righteous and there's Nathan that he could harm with doing that. So I hope Righteous deals with it accordingly and protects his server.
Yeah, and it's a shame that that even has to happen. There is nothing wrong with not knowing something and being wrong. You know, that there's nothing wrong with that. I'm wrong all the friggin' time. But the way to defend it is not to lie. That's
No,
a shame.
but it's worse than that, isn't it? To quote Brian, yeah, the accusations that were put at him, when instead of just like a bit of humility, instead of that, he descended into using those words, which he only used them for one reason, and that's to affect the show and the server. That then is a full demonstration of the low-life, scumbag, liar, and disruptor that he is, yeah? You'd only do that if you're trying to attack the server and the show.
It's malice intent.
There's only one reason.
Malice.
Yeah, exactly. You're not welcome.
Like, no, you can't deal with someone like that. If that's how you react, it's like, no, I was just throwing my dummy out the pram. Even if he came back and was like, had a bit of humility about it, I'd still say, no, you don't get lots of opportunities when it's clearly obvious because you've tried it with 3 different methodologies in one show because you've been proven to be a liar. Very embarrassing for you. Because you've got a lack of humility, you'd rather just shut it down for everyone. That's your attitude. You can't be here. So if you lose an argument, you'd rather have the server shut down than admit that you're wrong and you've lied. Wow. You don't belong here.
Yeah, that's a shame, you know.
No, he belongs where he always hangs out, and we all know where that is. That's where he belongs.
What, with Bev?
Well, I want to empathize with people on being ignorant, you know, because I was.
For all we
want
know,
to empathize with them.
we know, Bev's a victim of Edebear.
Hello.
Bev is not too bad. It's but Edebear is all the bad parts of Bev. Bev's hate, Bev's hatred, Bev's bitterness. That's what Edebear portrays. He doesn't portray any of the good points that Bev ever has made. He just portrays all the bad points.
I remember being quite supportive of Bev, and then suddenly Edebear shows up, and then Bev turns like he is. I'm perhaps out of my wheelhouse by suggesting that maybe it's Edebear's influence that's made Bev the way he is.
No, Bev was like that a long time before that, Nathan. You just weren't seeing it. Bev was attacking you a long time before that. I don't know why Bev decided to attack you in the way he did, but he did. So that has gone on a long while before Edebear ever turned up. Someone was trying to say something there.
Maybe I was just blind to it because I tend to have a very high tolerance of those sorts of things, higher than you guys even on the show. You guys will normally draw the line quicker than I will.
Hi guys, can I say something, please?
Yeah.
I was speaking to Elderbear yesterday on the Discord chat, and obviously I'm new, so I didn't know if he knew anything or whatever. And he was saying, is there any proof of flat Earth and whatnot? So I thought I would send him to Huey's website, in particularly page where the flight, he's got his passage on about the flight and stuff. And I said, this is pretty much the most irrefutable and at the same time most relatable, because that's what I use to show people who never thought about it before. And he came back with like the response, and I was like, Jesus, this guy, he doesn't like, he can take a horse to water. This guy just doesn't want to know, you know.
Sounds a very adept analysis of him from a short interaction.
Yeah, well, he's not interested in. He's one.
Sorry, I concluded it by just saying, look, I'm just not going to speak to you anymore. So I was surprised when I seen him in the server today.
I can't believe he's in the server from weeks ago. He was shown to be a total liar weeks ago, and he's still around.
Enough.
I don't know why he's allowed to be around, but he is.
It's got to be particularly egregious. If the standard is just lying, then it's got to be particularly egregious to get you banned, right? Therefore, when it's the most critical part of a debating point and you lose and then you start lying and then you continue to lie and then you get shown you lie and you deny you lie and lie again, that was what happened with Rumpus, right? He's been given opportunities to admit his geometric obstruction that he's debated about for like two and a half straight years. He didn't. So he got like 3 opportunities and then he was banned. It's like you cause as much chaos as you possibly can, and now we're at the point that we've got you. Everyone knows it, and you still lie outright over to our faces. Piss off at that point. But that's a particularly egregious example on topic. In this instance, Edbear hasn't done, like I say, you draw the line quicker than I. He hadn't done anything particularly egregious. At the point that I think, that's a bit close to the line. If this conversation continues, this could go awry for the server or me. And then you think, okay, I won't mention it. See if it happens again. It happens a second time and you go, okay, now it seems like he's intentionally trying to cause harm to me or the server. I won't mention it. We'll see if it happens a third time. Yes, it will happen a third time. At the point that he's cornered with his lies. Yeah, this guy's an arsehole. You know, at that point, you are here to cause us harm. That's your motivation. That's why you're here. Because you're definitely not conceding an overt lie that we've got you over a barrel on is really easy to demonstrate. It only happened minutes earlier. No, that's not going to be conceded. But I will get your server shut down. Okay. That's egregious enough for me to say get lost. Don't come back. No, don't want him here. There's only, the list is probably 6 or 7 people long over the 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or how many years this debate's been running that have actually got banned. But in this instance, I don't feel unjustified when people listen back in that concise example. It's clear what he's trying to do after the third attempt to do it, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, with my little outrage that I had there, I was calling for us to boycott him because I can't ask for a ban until he does what he did. And the second he did that, you're banned. Yeah, like I said, it's not just Nathan Oakley 1980 show. It's the server, and the server, to be perfectly honest, would be more strict, I think, than YouTube on stuff like that. And he knows what he's doing. And that's the point where you don't have to be as completely, you don't have to have 2 years of demonstrating you're a liar, like Rumpus, which you would have been given the opportunities. It was frustration you heard from me this afternoon. But the second he went to that you're done. Because you're not taking the show down, mate, and you've demonstrated you've tried to. You don't do those things normally. You don't mention those words. And I didn't twig with the little bit of jibing about Muslim stuff as if he's trying to wind Neil up. I actually made a joke. Oh, I'm surprised you've not been over there, Neil. I actually thought that was genuine. I don't even know now, do you, from your interaction with him, whether there is a good Muslim server that I'd happily go over to and use stuff, yeah? What part of the interaction with the man was valid that we've had today? I don't know. That is frustrating. But the second you start and do an open attack on both the YouTube channel and the Discord server, you got the lucky golden ticket, Elder Bear. Bye-bye.
Nathan, I think you should have it's your show, do what you want, but my attitude would be, as soon as someone is willing to lie, and you can show them to be lying, and they've proven themselves to be lying, I don't see any reason to have them around. They'll just lie again. They're lying to the audience, not just to the people they're talking to.
That's where I had to backtrack. You know, when I was raging at him, and then I went, and used to the show, and then I realised, no, actually, that's not true. Liars and demonstrating them liars is used to the show. Yeah, so that's why I backtracked. Yeah, him demonstrating what an idiot he was, his complete lack of mathematical knowledge, or humility, just simple fact that he didn't know, that is useful to the show. Everybody heard it, as he floundered around and wouldn't answer the question, and subverted. That is useful, but I'm sorry, somebody that's intentionally saying things to get the show banned and to get servers removed, and we've suffered this before, remember, guys? We all got this with people coming in, making statements in the old room, that got us all banned from Discord, even though we were only mods on, and somebody had said it the day before. We have to be very careful of these things. And unfortunately, Elder Bear's overstepped the mark. I don't know about you, Nathan. Can you see Righteous doing anything other than banning him with that?
No, I think he'll just take my lead advice. Hey, can you ban Elder Bear? Just do it. He knows I've seldom say that to him.
I don't mean it from just your show. I mean, if that was my server and somebody's that poorly behaved and says things that are so detrimental or could be detrimental to my server, I wouldn't let them in again, just based on their previous actions.
Yeah, well, that's what I'd say to him. Based on how close to the YouTube rules, he's trying to get things to be discussed in a manner that's going to get somebody in trouble, and he's doing it at the point where he's being asked to concede lies and such like, which means that he's only got nefarious intent. He's only got malice in his intentions. So that's not somebody that we can deal with. It's just too risky. Fortunately, no one took the bait though, right?
But what I would say is he's had too much airtime, which is what he wanted. That's why I said weeks ago. See, this is the thing, Nathan. This is it's your show. You do whatever you want, right? And I'll abide by your rules because I have to, whether I want or not. But I will, right? Without argument. But if I was running the show, as soon as someone is caught lying, they're gone, never to come back again. Because that means they're willing to. If they let them away with it once, they'll tell you another one and another one and another one and another one. I'll demonstrate that they lied on that show. I'll have that piece of audio there. After that, I have no need to deal with them after that. They're gone. Because they're just lawyers. What's the point?
He comes in with his little, I just want to know, Brian. No, I just want to know. No, he doesn't just want to know. He just wants to lie.
He's dishonest from the start to the end. There's no point. What's the point in having a conversation with someone or trying to go through anything with someone honestly when their whole purpose is to try and demean you, lie to you? Like, lawyers hold the people they lie to in contempt. He actually thinks that he's clever. He is convinced that he's clever, even though he's just shown himself to be an idiot over and over again. But today is a great example. And he got angry then when he was showing up to be stupid, which he keeps on being shown up to be. The guy didn't even know how a compass works. He couldn't understand a compass. Yet he's acting as if he is some kind of intellectual powerhouse, as if he has some secret knowledge that no one else has or something. He's delusional, but he's also a lawyer. So that and all the rest I put up with, like not the stuff he said, but all the rest of like all the other nonsense where someone's delusional or think they know something they don't, blah blah blah. That's fine. But if someone's lying, gone immediately. Gone. As soon as I catch anyone who's actually lying, and I prove they're lying, I normally remove them off of, or at least give them a warning, and then I remove them off the channel, my own one. But if that's off of a commenter, that's a commenter on a video. This is on a live show. I would just remove anyone who lies because they're just going to lie again. Nothing they say can ever mean anything. Nothing. As soon as someone tells you one lie, an intentional lie, nothing that person ever says to you ever again can ever mean anything.
That's exactly why, Brian, when I'm recollecting the afternoon and he went on about the Muslim server, I go, is that even real? Do you see what I mean? There's no point in the engagement. Because even something as innocuous as that didn't mean anything. It might be true, it might be not. Or was it just to wind Neil up? Yeah? There's no point having the interaction with the person.
Yeah, can I jump in for a second? Yeah, I just want to let you know, just in case I'm not here tomorrow, if you don't hear anything from me, because we got some really bad weather coming in. I'm not trying to cry wolf or anything, but at the least it's going to be early morning hours is hurricane force winds here, so that's the least it can be. So if I'm not around tomorrow, you know why. So the power may be out. Okay.
Say hello to the wizard then, Dorothy.
Yes. So
That
I just want to let you know, I didn't mean to interrupt your discussion. I just want to let you know I didn't leave or anything, you know. QE left flat Earth.
No, we understand. I hope you don't end up. We hope you don't end up in any bad situation.
Yeah,
but
it's quite
the weather
possible.
there can be really extreme.
No, so I just want to let you know. So
What do you
okay.
do? Right, and I was being sarcastic there, but what do you do? Have you got like a bunker?
I don't. I head over to my neighbor's house that's got a basement.
Yeah. Wow. That's actually quite freaky, scary, mate, to be honest.
Start doing business here in the spring. So I just want to let you guys know you don't need to feel sorry for me or anything. I'm not trying to get your sympathy. I'm just trying to tell you if I'm not around, the reason is I got blown off the map. All right. So there you go.
Any words at your funeral you'd like, or
Did you play my song?
which song would that be? Oh, the QE song. What a guy. Yeah, we can do that.
What a guy.
Appreciate it. Thanks. Now I'm going to go out and shoot because the rest of today
You can't go anywhere after this. No, we're still live, and you've got to stay till after live.
Not live. We're recording though.
We're recording. You're not in Discord.
Yeah, but we need to be just us and not Discord for that conversation. No offense to Discord types.
We still in Discord?
Yeah.
Well, what conversation do we have to have?
Well, we can't tell you till after we're all together, but I think it's pertinent just to move forward.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
Yeah,
I took
you
care of a
did.
big part of that yesterday.
Indeed, you did, sir.
What? Can you give a listen?
After the show, yeah. It's just
after the show, Nathan. Yeah.
Okay. Wonderful.
Got about 10 minutes. Got about 10 minutes before I leave on out of here to go shoot.
I know, and I know Nathan hates that. And I wouldn't do it unless there was a reason. It's a request. And the same for, say, QE, hold back your bow for 10 minutes.
A nice way to put a downer in the show, like I want to end.
Sorry about that.
Well, to be honest, I don't want to keep going over Elder, but I think we've summarised perfectly well, held our position, demonstrated his. There's not much more to say other than keep reiterating the same points that he's a liar who doesn't know basic maths.
Yeah, that's it. We can move on. Have you been talking about Elderbear the whole time? I got up and left. I went and got my dishes squared away.
He's got banned. Have you missed it? Have you missed him get banned?
No, I did. I missed that.
Oh, well, he got banned. He said silly words. Hey. Words that were nothing to do with the on topic, only designed to be trigger words to get servers removed and YouTube channels taken down.
He didn't get banned. He's still sitting there. I muted him a long time ago, right before I left. He's sitting in there. I muted him. When Nathan said that'll be about enough for you, I hit the red button on his dumbass.
Good.
And a few times while you guys were trying to talk and he was rumpusing you, the reason why he stopped rumpusing you is I put the red line on his dumbass. But I was taking him off so he could respond. But other than that, and then the final one right before I left out of here. He's not banned. He's sitting right there. I see him. He's right above Elijah, 1391.
Yeah, but that red button needs to stay red forever.
I can't. That's out of my hands. And Adam, you got some work to do when you get back, sir.
What's tomorrow? Have a look.
I know. Right. I want a meeting on that as well, because I'm not going to do what I've done in the past and deck, as it were. I'd sooner make a new deck. You know what I mean? So I'm going to need. Well, yeah, because there's certain people that are missing, isn't there? And you know, I need a definitive list from you. But there's certain people that are not there, and I think should be there now. So
I agree.
Once I get that list from you, I'll get my head down and start working.
Well, you got to get it from Nathan too, because he's 49% owner.
I like that. That's the great share to give away, isn't it?
Yeah. But I like you're going to take the whole song away. I like the song. I mean, I like the presentation or whatever it is.
Remastered. Remastered, but not just removed, if you see what I mean. I think additions are required.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Because personally, I think it's the best damn intro in the business.
I'm with you. 100%.
Yeah, 6 minutes.
I agree. What a song.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
I'm busy smoking kippers right now.
It'd be more healthy if you shoved them.
I played that for my wife. She was cracking up. I said, "Do you get all this numpty telling his father he's gay? All that stuff is in there." I said, "You got to know all Kiwi's saying."
That is the funniest bit. How'd you tell your dad that you're gay? Oh, so gay! It's the oh so gay bit that must crack me up.
And the cure for that is his treatment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it follows it. Yeah. Actually, very clever the way they did it. Whoever did it.
Yeah.
And that's the other request I need from you. For me to reduce the monotony, if you and Betty could just send me a load of quickies to reduce the monotony.
Yeah, I sent a couple, but then I got bored with it and lost my train of
Just
thought.
get Betty to find me over a load of thumbnails, and then I've got them in decent quality, and I can remove the repetition.
I have all the thumbnails, and they're great quality.
Well, you send them. I was looking towards a bit of nomination of Labour, but it's fine.
I got you. Yeah, we'll do it. I sent you a few of them, but yeah, okay, we'll get to that in the next 6 months or so.
I've got to remaster that one while it's hot, and you know what I mean? That is so good. I had to play that. I even played it to my wife, as Neil was saying. I said, "Listen to this," and the lyrics are what's funny.
Oh, they're hilarious.
The quality of the vocals with the lyrics, it's just like, what is going off here? This is amazing.
Yeah, I know. It's catchy. Brian loves it.
Oh, I'm listening to it all weekend.
Yeah. It's on the Billboard. Top 100.
The Billboard 1 trillion.
1 trillion.
I mean quadrillion.
Yeah. Well, at least it's on there.
Three minutes, Nathan.
3 minutes for what?
I got 18 minutes before I got to go anyway, so I'm an hour ahead here, and I've got to go out for tea.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to put this off till tomorrow.
Sorry, lads.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Or end the show now. No, it takes 2 minutes.
Now I'm in the middle of playing a game. Sorry.
But good job. Nice show.
In the middle of playing a game, I like that.
It's like 80 degrees in Alabama.
Yeah, it's hot today. Started getting hot like a week ago, and now it's going to stay hot till Thanksgiving.
Where are you?
Right now? Oh, shit. Never mind.
No swearing.
Oops. I just doxed myself. Damn it. I'm close by. I'm in the Montgomery area.
Oh, you know when it gets really hot. That's when.
Where's that?
That's the time. That's the time the predator comes.
Oh.
It's got to be hot, and there's got to be a lot of violence going on. Then the predator shows up.
That's right. We find our men up, so sometimes without their skins.
And the second one was the best.
And sometimes much, much worse. All right, it's 12 beans. I'm out. Later on, guys.
See you later. I hope you're around tomorrow.
Appreciate that, Brian.
No worries. Take care.
Yeah, good luck tomorrow, QE.
Later, QE.
With that, I'm going to say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams. Hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.